Welcome everybody to Italy, Montesilvano. This is the host city of the FIDE World Youth Chess Championship 2023. We are in the studio, women Grandmaster Keti Tsatsalashvili and Grandmaster Arturs Neiksans. Arturs, we do have here round 5 to start, and we also have one sole leader in one of the group category. First of all, hello, and tell us, how do you feel today?
Well, I feel absolutely fantastic because it's yet another day here in the beautiful city of Montesilvano. I mean, it's a coastal town next to the Adriatic Sea. Literally, we are something like 100 meters from the beach. Very nice location. The summer continues. It's almost plus 20 degrees. A lot of youngsters outside. In the mornings, they play some sports, football, basketball, volleyball, etc. And when you have the conditions just right, I think it's a perfect environment, Keti, to play some very good chess. So, yeah, I totally look forward for today's matchups because it's round 5. It means that the tournaments are approaching the equator of the entire event because there are 11 rounds in total, 6 age groups under 14, 16, 18, open section, and for girls separately.
That's right. So the players are getting right now in the playing venue. Still some minutes to start. Now it's time to take a look at the pairings for today and check it out. How many leaders do we have in each group category? On the screen you can see beautiful coast city of Italy. This is Montesilvano, where we are right now. It is a beautiful location for the chess tournament. And here we have on round 5 in the open section under 18. Here we have Ansant Aldiyar against Alexei Grebnev. They have 4 out of 4 together with Pastiaron. He will face Sion Galvias Medina, who has a 3.5 points. In the under 16 category, we do have Robert Filiposian and Jan Klimkovsky, only these 2 players with perfect score. And then under 14, we do have 2 Vietnamese player derby on the first board. But in this section, under 14, we have only one sole leader, and this is Tran Gia Pon Pam, who has been showing so far an amazing skills to play chess. And then we have Sava Vetohin on the second board, the rating favorite against Stefanos Kazantoglu and Artur. Then we have also the pairings in the girls section. Also very tense. Round 5 is ahead of us.
Absolutely. So let's now check what's happening in the girls section. And we are going to start with the top 2 boards of the girls under 18. Yelizaveta Krembenshikova representing Ukraine. The top seeded player is playing against Ksenia Balabayeva from Kazakhstan. They have 4 points each. Also the second board, Alakverdieva and Vurashel, representing Azerbaijan and United States, respectively, also stand with a perfect score. Girls under 16 section, top board is Alexandra Shvedova representing FIDE against Leila Shahradova from Turkmenistan. These are the only 2 players with 4 points each. Again, we might see a sole leader here in this age group after this matchup. And the top 2 boards in the girls under the 14 category, we have Zaria Nurgalieva from Kazakhstan playing against Iris Mu, United States. They have 4 points each. There are 3 leaders in total because also Alessia Anatoly from Poland is playing the black against Elnas Kalyahmek from Kazakhstan, who is trailing half a point behind.
That's right. So this is the top boards of the World Youth Chess Championship. We are showing 2 boards that we have the access mostly on the screen, but you guys can check it out. Rest of the pairings and the games at chess platforms, chess results, you can check it out there. All the pairings we have here, more than 700 participants from 80 FIDE countries, And we can now take a look at the playing venue and check it out if the players are already at the tables just 4 minutes before the games will start.
Yeah, and there's usually quite a large queue forming outside of the playing venue. The security measures here in Montesilvano, Italy are pretty strict, as FIDE has done quite a serious effort to make sure that the fair play policies are installed properly. There are the metal detectors, there's a special gate you have to go through. You can't bring inside the venue any mobile phones or pens, or also the supporters like the family members or the coaches. They're not allowed to be inside. This playing venue is sealed from outside of the world, and that means just you're here to play some exciting chess, and obviously no help is allowed.
Right, and no pizzas in the playing venue as well, which I think is maybe not the rightest regulation. Anyway, so here we have the leaders already so focused on the board. This is, guys, the platform that me and Artur are talking so much about, how prestigious it is to play once in a while on the top board. If you play more than once on this top board, it means that you are doing amazing at this tournament. 4 rounds has been passed. It has been quite crucial for many of the participants. Now we can see the derby from Vietnam. They are facing each other. Perhaps they are friends. They know each other quite well. But when the clocks will start, they will be the toughest opponents, as we usually are during the games.
Yeah, you see here the players are exchanging score sheets. This is the open section under 14. This is the second board in front. Sava talking with the black color, the top seeded player. There we have also ahead of themselves 2 Vietnamese players, number 2 and 3 seated in the H group. I believe, Keti, what happened here is that the other player asked to write his last name properly. I know this because sometimes, you know, you can't properly pronounce your player's last name, and it's just very kind. You ask for your opponent to write it down for you. This is a very common practice. This is the open section under 18. Alexander Grebnev is in front, sitting with the black color. Quite an unexpected player, to be honest, to be seen at the top board, because I don't think I have heard much about both of the players, but they're playing pretty fantastic chess so far. And Alexei yesterday played a very nice game against the Frenchman. What was this opening? Some Nimzo position where he forced his opponent to resign in an equal material situation, but Black was completely outplayed. I think that Grebnev is showing some very impressive chess so far. So, yeah,
Arturs, I have to interfere here, because I agree. I also don't know most of the players here. They are just starting their career as a chess players. But now at the first board, this player from Kazakhstan just made his first move, and Ansat Altiyar. Can't believe what is his rating performance. It is 3,073 after 4 rounds. So that tells a lot that he's doing amazing at this tournament. And hopefully this event will be something that we will start to memorizing their last names. But this performance rating performance at the chess tournament says a lot how well you are doing at it. This is also the girls section. Here we have on the screen. First moves are very important to make. You have to direct your opening and your game from the very beginning.
That's right. So I think we can, after a moment, delve into games. We don't have yet incoming moves from the PGN. Just a second, let me check. Here we have this very nice view on the top 2 boards in every age category, because once again, this playing venue is really huge, and I think it can easily host more than 1,000 players here. So in total we have 770, something like that. And you can see on the very top of this playing venue there is this so-called podium, right? Where the central stage, where the top 2 boards of every age category is invited to play. And I think it's a little bit more special to recognize these are the leaders. So it's a really special thing for the players to be up there slightly higher from the ground than everybody else and get some extra attention. There you go. We have this very nice shot here. By the way, we have to thank a lot for this amazing work being done by European Chess TV, who have been providing the coverage so far, doing all the technical part. These are the guys you don't see in the background. Also, they are the ones who sometimes are looking for the players. For example, we randomly select some players we would like to follow, and then they're finding like a needle in the haystack. They're looking where the player actually is in the playing venue and finding them, giving us some very nice views.
Oh yeah, this is something that nowadays the parents and the chess kids are having advantage of, because back in the days when we were playing chess, we were not that visible to the public. And for instance, I think my grandparents would do anything to see camera where I was playing chess. They would do their best to find the channel to see me playing chess tournaments, but that was impossible. Back in those days, we had not such an opportunities, but everything is improving for better, and I think now we can discover the stars rather faster than it was some years ago. Arturs, I see that we are receiving the moves on the board, so let's dive into the openings.
Let's do this, and I think it's a good idea to start with the top board of the Open under 18 category, where, I mean, why it's open? We had this discussion a couple of days ago. I mean, traditionally, of course, it's a boys tournament, but girls are allowed to play it, and this is a change in FIDE policy already for quite some time. Obviously, girls have a separate section, boys are not allowed to play there, but sometimes girls are choosing to play in the Open category. So here we have the anti-Najdorf setup, and this is where I know quite a bit, because this is one of my pet lines against the Sicilian. So let's perhaps go back step by step and see how did the players arrive here. E4, C5, knight f3, d6. Is there a single player here in Montesilvano who doesn't play Sicilian Najdorf? Who plays the Sicilian, doesn't play Sicilian Najdorf? It's a very popular variation, Keti, in the Sicilian. Of course, it's been historically one of the most played systems. Some great players like Fischer and Kasparov used to play it. So bishop b5 is, I usually treat this move, Keti, like coming at your opponent with a fire extinguisher and saying nothing sharp is about to happen here. Of course, white can play a bit more ambitious, play d4, open Sicilian. But bishop b5, at least according to Anish Giri, he once said that bishop b5, now this is the mainstream theory, so this is no longer a silent, this is very well fought line.
It is very tough for black to also emotionally deal, because when you choose to play Sicilian, you are ready, you want to have some sharp opening, you are ready for the decisive result, and when it comes to the bishop b5, that it's somehow slow game when you have to wait a bit.
That's right. And there are three kinds of continuations. I think all of them three very nicely can be put in three separate categories. So knight d7 is considered to be the aggressive move because black wants to play h6 and get to bishop advantage. Bishop d7 is the solid move. Black sometimes doesn't mind equalish positions. And knight c6 is the dubious move. This is what some people play, but I mean, it doesn't really have a very good reputation. And our dear friend Stockfish usually says, yeah, this is also how white quickly gets an advantage. So bishop d7 was played by Grebnev here. Maybe it tells something about his intentions in this game, because he shows, okay, I'm happy to get a nice positional game here. c4, I think this has become a very household continuation in this continuation, because white is aiming to play c4, knight c3, enter the Marazzi bind. I'm not going to bore you again with the details, the viewers here. There have been some developments here in the modern theory. So apparently some players like Fabi Corana, recently, I believe it was in the US Championship, he started actually with the move c4. Yeah, that he was trying to avoid the mainstream theory. Maybe we are going to still get the games here in Italy that I will be able to explain you this concept, why the c4 is so different, so important. But anyway, bishop d7 is on the board. Short castle, I call this the old line. rook e1. This is what I started to play here in this system many years ago. And white's idea is really simple. Play c3, d4, and black typically responds with knight c6, c3, e6, and is ready to meet d4 with captures, captures, and d5.
Yep, so far black seems to be faster here. He has 3 minutes extra time from the starting. That's how he collected all this from the increment. And white is still a bit careful. He is double checking the moves and spent not too much, just 1 minute and few seconds. And he made his move. I believe that was d4 because they are trading the pawns in the center.
I think it was a very strange moment to make a pause for a white player here from Kazakhstan, because if you play c3, you have to play d4. And you know, I was looking at the facial expression of Alexei Grabnev. He's like, come on, I mean, I know you have to play d4. There's literally nothing else here. I mean, I would have understood that he was choosing here, like, let's say, spend a couple of minutes and choose between rook e1 and queen e2, because queen e2 is a slightly different continuation. I mean, it's more or less the same idea, but let me just show the difference here. After knight c6, c3, black still responds with e6. This is a very well-known line, so that's why I don't think that this continuation should have come as a surprise for Aldiyar here. So d5, e5, knight e4, and white usually plays bishop e3, knight e1, and tries to push away this knight from e4. Actually, Stockfish gives some minor advantage to white, but the reputation is more important, and the reputation is this is harmless for black. The other idea here is to play what was played in the game, rook e1, with a more or less the same idea, but now after d4, c takes, again, c takes on d4 has to be played here. I don't understand the pause. Because
no, he played. We're not...
we're not getting the moves, yeah?
Played
okay.
Right away.
Yeah, and then after knight e4, I think there was a different idea. It's either knight c3 or knight e2. We are getting some sort of French-like position. By the way, here is the trick. You can't play bishop b4, pinning the knight, because there's knight x on e4, you take on e1, and knight e6, intermezzo check. So, I mean, there's nothing new here under the sun. So knight e2, bishop d2, bishop e7, and I think one of the most dangerous ideas was something like rook e3, rook d3, and then white considers to play h4 to start some activities at the king. So that's why I find it a bit surprising that Aldiyar here is thinking, I don't know where his preparation has taken a turn.
Yeah, there can be many explanations. First of all, it can be a personal choice. Like, for instance, I don't like to blitz out the openings because at any point you can always just choose something else and just confuse your opponent. And second of all, it might be first time that he's playing this line. We don't know the history. We don't know what they are playing in general. And it can be also the preparation just for your opponent. So
no, but
you need to double check.
Yeah,
There's
but I mean,
no rush to, at this point, think for 2 minutes and to get, like, it's not that he thought 20 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, but then again, he played it very quickly. I mean, all of this sequence, I mean, this is a very famous line. He played it very quickly, short castle very quickly, no thought about alternatives. Rook e1, he played very quickly. And now there's just basically nothing else, I mean, like, except of c3, d4.
For instance, here, now, there's this move h3. My opponents play this quite often.
You mean h3?
Yeah.
Here?
Yeah.
Oh. So what's the idea?
Yeah, that's the thing. What's the idea? But that made me think.
Okay.
So you can do that.
You mean I can't play d5 because after e5 I'm trapping your knight. You can't play knight e4.
Yeah, so it made me think, and there's like little details they can always change. So.
Yeah, but I think bishop e7 is just fine. No, I think here Grabnev is feeling absolutely comfortable, no issues whatsoever. You know, perhaps Aldiyar just try to remember some things. I'm just saying this pause was a bit strange, that when you already choose to play c3 and then you gotta continue to play d4. But okay.
That's his.
So it's still a very, very highly theoretical position. Black's reputation is pretty good here. So I think we did not see over the board. What were the moves actually?
Last move is a d5. Is there a bishop also on b4.
It's
We're getting in there. There is some piece
I
on the other side of the board.
92. There you go. Found it. 92, 92, and now black played bishop b4. Oh, okay, okay. So I think that here Grabnev's intentions are pretty clear, right? So he is playing here solid, no risks are involved. By the way, this is a very common strategy when playing in open tournaments. You try to start the tournament really well. Let's say here Grabnev has done exceptionally well, 4 points out of 4. Then you're playing against a dangerous opponent with black. You try to play solid. So, okay, fine. If it's a draw, then it's a draw. Then you rely heavily on the white color. You try to be solid with black. This happens all the time. So that's why I think Grabnev's choice is understandable. I'm not sure if Fansat is very happy with what he's seeing on the board, but I would not be surprised, Keti, if this game might finish peacefully sooner than other games.
Yeah, can be. Let's move to the second board of the same category. This is boys under 18, and here we have, with white pieces, Simon Galaviz Medina against Aaron Pasti. And Aaron played such an amazing game yesterday, beating one of the rating favorites. And today, with black pieces, he wants to win another game. Why not?
By the way, Galaviz Medina is from Mexico, and Mexico has sent here quite a formidable delegation, over 20 players, I think. Not really far behind from their neighbors, United States, who usually sends one of the large delegations. Yesterday, here we had with us in the studio a special guest, the 4 times US champion Alexander Shabalov, and he touched this topic, and he said that, for example, USA was probably unable to send more players because right now this is a tricky time at schools, right? Also, we had Rochelle Wu here with us earlier, day before that, and she also revealed that school is her now big priority.
She's somehow combining
somehow she's
World Championship and the exams at the high school, which is very impressive. I have seen a lot of kids at the youth tournaments that in the mornings after the breakfast they are sitting down in the lobby to use internet and they are doing homeworks. This is something really amazing to see how hard they are trying their homeworks, and then after the lunchtime they are going and playing chess.
I imagine chess coaches are not happy. I mean chess coaches, because I mean if I'm seeing my students doing something else during the tournament, I would be unhappy. I would say, concentrate on the tournament, come on. But it's understandable, of course.
These kids are in a very bad situation because, for instance, many years ago, when I was playing youth championship, I was fully focused on chess tournament. And back in those days, it was okay to skip your classes and skip your exams. And they were like, when I was going back with the medal, I was very often not even passing the exams because they were like, no, exams on us, stuff like that. But now these days, all these kids, they have a really difficult task to choose, chess or school. They cannot skip the school. They just cannot skip the school. They cannot skip the exams. That's the problem for them. So I'm sure it's not their choice to sit there and do the homeworks for sure. When you're at the chess tournament, you are here, it's a lot of nerves, and we can see how sensitive the kids can be with every game they have played. They're taking it very, very serious, and then on top of that, they have to do homeworks.
Yeah, I also remember how it was during my time. Yeah, when I was playing in youth championships, also missing a lot of schools, so it's really tough to combine it, and it's admirable that they are finding ways to do both of these things successfully. All right, looking now back at what's happening over the board here in Sion Radamanti's game against Aaron. What kind of opening was this?
About Pasti Aaron, I want to point it out. Also, very impressive rating performance. Arturs, he has 3,061 winning all these games. This is very impressive. We have to admit, this is truly very, very impressive performance.
That's right. Bishop d2 has become a very popular...
Yes, again, Tringham.
What?
Remember yesterday we were talking about Tringham?
Okay.
I think he has to be
He's trying-
sponsored by some...
Either he hears
Okay.
us or he's trying to remember something. Yes, we're looking at you right now.
No, he's
Of
remembering
course.
the thing.
He can't hear us. He's very far away from us. We are literally on the other side of the hall, on the second floor behind a glass. So he can't hear us. Anyway, he is trying to remember something. By the way, Bishop D2, Keti. This is a very popular continuation recently.
It is, yeah.
White tries to play early Rook C1 and then identify where to position his pieces at the king side. So Black immediately play D5, Knight f3, B6. And a common understanding of these positions is as soon as Black plays B6, this is a good idea to take on D5. Why? Because if Black would include C6 here, now C takes on D5 doesn't make any sense, because after E takes on D5, Black easily gets out the bishop on G4. So this would make it as the typical Caspad structure. Black's pawns are standing perfectly at the queen side. However, after B6, now C takes on D5 is really typical move. Why? Because if Black responds E takes on D5, which was played in the game, Black no longer can play C6 and play something like Bishop G4, because the pawn on C6 in the long run will become a weakness. At some point, Black might play C5, which might create potential targets for White to exploit later. So that's why Rook C1, Bishop D6 is played. Black tries to keep the bishop alive. Knight B5. C5, Knight E6, White manages to kill off this dark square bishop. And of course, since White has two bishops on the board, he's interested to open up the position. So D takes, B takes, and Bishop E2 is played. Again, we are seeing, Keti, here a wonderful clash of styles, because White says, I have two bishops, you have weaknesses, potential weaknesses on C5, D5. I will exploit this in the long run. Black says, I have a healthy development. These are not weaknesses. This is a mini center. I will get a great game. Who is right? We are about to find it out.
We are about to find it out. According to the time situation here, we can see that Black was blitzing out all these moves. It can be the theory, it can be his opening repertoire, or it can be just the fact that he likes to play faster and save some time in the middle game or the end game. So this can be very promising game. Hanging pawns are always very sharp. Shall we go to the next category? This is boys open under 16, and we have on the first board Robert Filipposian from Armenia, who played amazing game yesterday against Norwegian rating favorite of this tournament, and today second-rated player, and today he's facing first-seeded player from Poland, Jan Klimkowski, who on his side also plays very nicely. And these two are only leaders in the group category, so the one who wins here among them will be the sole leader.
That's right. Also, it marks the second white color in a row for Filipposian, because yesterday he already played with white against Axel Bukvaloi from Norway. This very nice sacrifice of the pawn in the opening phase, where Kvaloi had the queen in danger. He managed to outplay his opponent later. Here, I think, Keti, we are seeing something very similar, which is happening on the top board of the Open Under 18 section, because Klimkowski, I don't think he's very ambitious right now, right? So he's trying to be solid. This is where we are seeing a completely different strategy. I mean, you don't have to anymore win any game at all costs. Of course, it's wonderful to dream about 11 against 11, but the long-term strategy starts to play. Players heavily rely on their white color, and as soon as you're facing leaders, the common approach usually is you try to be solid. This is exactly what's happening on the open section under 18. Also here, if we go through the opening phase, you're going to see that I think that Klimkowski here is just trying to be solid. And the Rogozin, super popular continuation, e3, castle, queen c2, or maybe the game just turned out this way. I mean, maybe he was trying to be ambitious, but there's nothing sometimes you can do. Bishop f8. Yeah, this was something we discussed with Shabalov yesterday, that rook e8 very often, especially in the Rogozin, indicates that the black wants to save the dark square bishop, position back on f8, and then think about ideas like e5 next. So bishop d2, bishop f8, bishop e2, knight b4, queen b1, d takes, bishop takes, and b6. All of this was played. Bishop a6, bishop b2. This is really smart. Why is it smart though? I try to understand.
Well, I think if you capture the bishop and knight captures, then this knight supports also c5 later on. So if you just get this bishop back, you're winning here time because knight has to move, yeah? Knight is hanging.
Yeah, I think that there's some larger idea here, Keti. I mean, if bishop a6, knight a6, when you look at the pawn structure, you ask yourself, what's going to be your plan? I mean, I guess you want to play e4. And then after, if you play e4 at some point, black most likely responds with c5. The knight on a6 stands exactly where it wants to be. And maybe this knight on c3, although I don't quite understand it, but it might not be so well positioned. So I can only imagine that the idea of this bishop e2 is force black to take on e2, and after knight e2, knight e5, play e4, and reposition the knight on g3 closer for a potential king-set attack.
No, very smart decision,
That is indeed very smart. All right, and knight e7 is played, and here the Armenian is choosing what might be his continuation. I mean, I see a couple of ideas I could consider here. I mean, there's the obvious show castle. There's the other move, knight g3. But how about Keti being even more ambitious and playing e5? e5 and knight g5. What if I start this king-set attack? And actually, you know, I take it back what I said. Maybe this game has a potential to explode. It looked very solid, but we might be seeing something else. For example, knight g5. This is actually a game we're following of Anish Giri against David Navara. They have played it last year. Knight g5, g6 creates some dark square weaknesses, so I guess knight g6. Look at this, h4. Bishop e7 was played in the aforementioned game. Knight h7, king takes h7, h5 is the idea. Of course, there's more than meets the eye, but it just shows the possibilities that
I love it.
This game can have.
Yeah, I love it. This can be quite tough continuation, but we see that white just castled, which changed a little bit the direction of the game. White might actually think the same h4, h5 in this position, but I like that the rook was on h5, h1 in that position, which you just demonstrated.
Right. I mean, if you go back to that position, I think I already committed a mistake. Maybe I think it's fair to mention how this game actually continued. The game Giri against Navara, after knight takes on h7, there was actually bishop takes on h4, right? And now g3, king takes on h7, g takes on h4. All of this was played before. King h8, queen e4. So the game was really interesting. Giri was playing with white. Black responded with f5, queen g2. I guess he castled a long way, and yeah, it looks incredibly interesting. Yeah. But maybe, I mean, we don't really know if Robert knew this game, if he didn't know this game, but there's nothing wrong, of course, with the short castle. It's a choice that he's happy with. It just means it's going to be a more positional game.
All right, move 16, and here black is choosing his plan how to proceed this game. So we're gonna leave here this position and move forward on the second board, where we have Bennett Hanger against Diego Macias Pino. And we do have a very interesting Sicilian position. And I love to see this one. Already looks very sharp.
Gloves are off. There is nothing solid about this position here. The Spanish player, Diego Macias Pino, he has declared war. He says, let's do this. Let's go sharp battle here. I think it was some sort of Taimanov, was it? Looks like Taimanov. Let's check the opening phase. How did they get there? No, Najdorf. All right. Knight c6, So it switches to the classical variation of the Sicilian. You can get there with different ordered moves. Bishop g5, the most principal continuation.
Oh,
Bishop b5. Wait. This is the Vito Lynch variation, is it not? I remember, because Alvis Vito Lynch, he was a true Latvian chess legend. Unfortunately, he never became a grandmaster himself. He was highly regarded international master who produced a lot of interesting ideas in Sicilians. He was working with so many great players like Michael Tal, also obviously known as magician from Riga, Ivars Gipslis, and some other leading players. And he was widely regarded for his creative ideas in various sharp openings. And Bishop b5, very often, this is the move of Alvis Vito Lynch. And yeah, I think it's not very common.
It's not actually. I play classical Sicilian like this, and I have never faced as the high level to Bishop b5. But recently in online game, people are choosing to play Bishop to b5 more often than the main lines.
All right, so it means it's coming back to fashion. I mean, the idea is really simple. White is pinning the knight on c6, so there's an immediate threat to deal with. Bishop d7, queen d3. Yeah, I'm not sure if this is Vito Lynch line anymore. Maybe this is a modern touch of the lesser played system. Queen d3 idea is quite common in a lot of modern Sicilian setups. White opens path for the king to castle the long way. So it does make sense to do that. Also, the queen sometimes from g3 is ready to be launched to g3. So h6, g5 here. Maciej Spino decided that, all right, I accept your challenge, sir. I'm going to count your ducks with bishop. White included bishop takes on c6, b takes, bishop g3, knight h5. This is a common idea. Black tries to kill white's ducks with bishop, and then in the long run claim the two bishop superiority.
Can I show my favorite line here with black? We can go 2-3 moves back when the bishop is on h4. So in this line, let's say bishop h4 here. And you just, no, not g5, you just wait for f4, you play something like rook to c8, let's say.
Okay.
Not exactly in this position, because bishop should not be on b5, but remember that after f4, in this kind of positions, f4, my coach told me, go with g5. And I was like, what? I thought it was crazy. And after pawn takes on g5, then he said, go knight h7. And I was like, what? This is crazy. I cannot do that. And the thing is that if you take the pawn, you take the bishop. And this is a very good position. You will get the bishop on h6. In those lines, white already has castles on the long side, so we will capture this with a check. It was so crazy lines. And the main line here was bishop g3, and then I could capture the pawn on g5, and it was like 10 continuation here with white. It was the very heavy theory, but I remember the first time I saw this g5, I felt like, you know, when you get something amazing and you already plan your future, that you see a lot of games winning in this way. It was super impressive to see this idea.
All right. Yeah, so g5 is an idea with f4 or f4 not played. But apparently here black had different ideas. He wanted to kill this bishop immediately, and now after the long castle, I think that we can safely assume that black is definitely taking on g3, but why the Spaniard hasn't yet taken on g3? I think that he's choosing the right moment. So
yeah,
I mean, he
the
can
bishop
take on
goes
g3.
nowhere actually. This bishop can be captured any moment, right?
Maybe he can play queen b6.
Yeah, rook b8 is out
Rook
there.
b8. Yeah, so he's trying to figure out, you know, because I think the minor detail here is if black rushes with knight takes on g3, h takes on g3, and plays, let's say, whatever, queen b6. Now white might have this resource of f4. f4 trending to take, trending to play f5, which maybe is a more sinister threat. And perhaps because of this reason, black wants to keep this pressure at the king's side, you know, perhaps not to rush. And I think he has already chosen a move. We don't have it yet registered. I don't see the knight still stands on h5, and this means that he has chosen something else. The rook stands on a8. I do not see what he has played.
C7.
Queen
There
something,
is something there on this side.
Can we zoom in, perhaps? Have a close look. Oh no, it's already registered. There you go.
Yeah.
Queen c7 is the choice. All right.
Also, I don't know how well this works, but it's always good to have the options of knight f4 as well to hit the queen, attack the pawn on g2, and you to force bishop to capture on f4. And then your pawns will be in the center.
I'm not going to deny. I do think that in general it's the idea to slow down white's intention to play f4. So perhaps here black is thinking to include bishop g7 first, short castle first, and look for the right moment to hit this bishop on g3. But yeah, you might be right, Keti. It also could be knight f4.
To keep the options open, it's always good. Not to clean up.
This is a smart choice, and now I think that white is in a pressing situation here to prove whatever he has. So he needs to do something better sooner than later. But what is it? I don't really know. All right, let's select another game. I mean, this is absolutely a fascinating opening struggle. I'm very happy to see the Vito Lynch line. We could talk about it for hours, about his legacy to the development of modern chess, being such a dynamic and sharp player. Let's now go to the top board of the open category under 14, where we have the Vietnamese Derby, the second and third seeded players from Vietnam. Gia Hai Ban is playing against the sole leader Tran Gia Phuc Pham. By the way, Pham has been very impressive so far in the tournament. All of his games are easy. He, at least so far in the first 4 games, he has been showing some very nice understanding of opening phase. Also, his checkmate, knight and bishop,
and
was
he's
flawless.
quite a speed player. He always have more time on the clock. Always have more time on the clock than his opponent. And just realize now this detail here that they both have the same name, Gia and Gia.
Must be a popular name.
Yeah, must be a popular name. Yeah. All right, that's so interesting to have this position isolated pawn here for black. Black's pieces are quite nicely developed, but white has this bishop on g2, which is already hitting.
Yeah, I just wanted to see. I know. I'm sorry. Yeah. Please finish your thoughts. Yeah,
no, it's okay. Let's get it. Actually, we will understand better.
Yeah, I think I recognized this line, and I was right. This is the line which officially bears the name of the Adams variation. I disagree. You know, why is this? Because when I was researching the topic, I tried to understand where the line Adams... No, that's the point. It's not the Adams variation.
Like Adam? Like
yeah, I mean, it's not the Michael
Adam?
Adams. Okay. It's not Mickey Adams. It's somebody else. And I tried to research what's been done on this topic, and I did not find a lot of publications or books or something. Apparently,
I should get one line for myself.
Yeah. Somebody had titled this line as the Adams variation, and I didn't entirely understand where this name comes from. And when I was working on a course on this line, from the white's perspective, I noticed that a lot of players actually are playing this line from the Baltic countries.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, obviously a lot of Latvians are playing. I saw a lot of Lithuanians are playing with both colors, and I thought, why not invent a new title, right? And I titled it myself, the Baltic variation. Right?
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I felt that it's more logical. Yeah.
You can just do
I
like that.
titled myself, the Baltic variation. Yeah, why not?
I should get something for
I've
myself.
been trying to popularize it.
Guys, suggest me any crazy names for the
Crazy names.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe somebody's immediately going to step in and say, listen, Adams here has written like 5 books on this matter, but I did not find them, to be honest.
Yeah.
Anyway, I mean, it doesn't even matter. It's just a name. But speaking about the G3 move, it's a very nice system. Also, the idea is that white is very flexible to whatever setup black is going to choose. So the point is, after bishop g2, white can play d3. I can play d4 as well. It's very tricky, and it has the same reputation as the anti-Najdorf. After d6, white will play bishop b5, and after e6, which usually is the start of sharper lines, White plays positionally g3. I just love this system, you know, on d5, takes on d4, exactly like this. Also, one of the big experts of this line is the Chinese grandmaster Lu Shenglei, who has played a lot of games here. He also understands them really well, and I remember when I was writing the course, I was heavily inspired also by his games. C takes on d4. No, I don't think this is the most critical line, but okay, it's a line. Knight c6, bishop g2, bishop c5. Queen e2, check. Okay. I mean, it's been a while since I've checked this line. I think that White was supposed to play bishop e3, but apparently with this order in the moves that Kham has chosen, there might be a queen b6 here. It's quite tricky. It seems that he has found a way to anticipate White's setup. The Baltic variation, can I use it?
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, all right. And he provoked White to play queen e2 check knight b3 because the knight was supposed to stand on d4. That's what I remember. And now should castle, White has created a weakness on d5, but Black is pretty active. c3, I'm pretty sure White already is out of the book with bishop e3 incoming. No, I think here Kham is totally happy with the position. There's no need for him to be unhappy. I think the main line here, Keti, it was something like this. Let me try to remember. I think it was knight c6, bishop g2, there was bishop g4, immediate idea, try to force White to take on c5. White would not take on c5, actually, and sacrifice the pawn. Knight f6, castles, what was it? Bishop b7, knight c3, castles, and there were a lot of lines here. Like, now you would take on c5, bishop c5, a3 was a tricky move, and then, yeah, I think it was h6, etc. Okay, doesn't matter. I mean, I don't remember anyway. All right, so this is the final position that we have here right now on the board. What are you thinking?
I was thinking how to implement here the attack for Black, if there is any sort of attack.
There is no attack usually. I mean, with g3, bishop g2, normally...
No, from Black side, not
yeah.
White side.
I mean, Black normally, when you have the isolated pawn, he is building the battery. Bishop c7, queen d6, and, you know, try to attack here at the king side. And this is also one of the reasons why this g3, bishop g2 is so effective. It's that there's no attack, and the bishop on g2 is hitting the pawn on d5. It's a very nice, easy to play system.
All right, how about we play here with Black rook to e8 to try to get this knight
a lot of sense, yeah.
somewhere nice, and also sort of like stop bishop d3, bishop e3 ideas.
I'm pretty sure the engine here says Black is slightly better, you know, because White is underdeveloped. The c3 seems to be very slow. That's what I don't like about this, right? I mean, I understand that White wants to play bishop e3. He's dreaming about a setup of knight e2, knight f3, knight e4, trade the bishops, occupy the d4 square with the knight, and play against the bad bishop. But I mean, it's like 4 moves in the future, right? Yeah. It's not going to happen. And Keti, your move rook e8 absolutely makes sense because it positions the rook for a potential x-ray against the queen. Bishop e3, you already need to calculate knight f5 things and whatever happens there. So
yeah, and here the thing is that this queen is a little bit uncomfortable in this situation because who likes to have the queen at the same file as rook? But where the queen goes, really, if your queen goes d3, c3, you fell for bishop f5.
Maybe he can play bishop e3, I don't know. Just ignore knight f5.
Closed, yes. You don't watch on the
knight f5, bishop b6, rook takes on e2, bishop b8. Okay, it's weird,
8 takes b, 8 takes b.
What? 8 takes on b6. That creates more weaknesses. I'm not so sure. Queen d3. This is, by the way, a great square for the queen very often. But one of the things that I understand about this line is that Black very often sacrifices this pawn on d5. So he does something very aggressive. what is it? I don't know. Maybe something like knight e5, give up the pawn, queen c7, bishop e6, etc.
Yeah.
It's a very, very typical idea here. So I think that right now here he is obviously out of the book. Here with black, because you can see he's thinking. And if I was black, I would be thinking, how do I extract more? Because there's definitely no issues with his position. Let's move on. Select the second board of the open section under 14, where the top seeded player from FIDE, representing FIDE, Sava Vetokhin, is playing against Stefanos Kazantzoglu. Stefanos is a Greek. They are, both of them, part of a larger group. Actually, this group is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12 players in total. 3.5 points out of 4. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, 13 players. 3.5 points out of 4. So the peloton is quite huge, chasing the sole leader, Pham, from Vietnam. And that's why, of course, the game is sharp, right? This means that the players are trying to take their chances so that the leader doesn't run away. Have you watched some cycling, Keti?
Cycling?
Yeah, cycling.
Yeah.
It's also a very common strategy, you know, that in cycling you have the leader, somebody who has run away, and then there's the peloton, right, who is trying to catch the leader, and there's a couple of leaders of the peloton who are, you know, trying to raise the tempi so that they can catch the leader and make sure that the leader doesn't run away. And I think it's some sort of a mutual agreement also between everybody else. Listen, we can't allow the sole leader to run away too fast, otherwise it might be impossible for him to catch it.
Actually, a lot of sports, not only sports, can relate to each other, and there's so many similarities that you can use in different sports. And nowadays we know a lot of famous sport people are playing chess, and we know some of the players, for instance, tennis players. They are playing chess to calm down, to focus. And then they are playing the tennis, and we know how popular is tennis, how much energy it takes. But to use chess as their sort of like meditation tool is very amazing. Yeah.
You're talking about Carlos Alcaraz, right?
I don't know who I'm talking about.
You mentioned, I mean, there was recently this big news that Carlos Alcaraz was playing chess publicly, and he's a big fan. But actually, I'm not very surprised, because I have talked with some tennis players. I was once invited for a special occasion of Latvian Tennis Association. They organized a special event to award the best tennis players in Latvia. It was something like 5-6 years ago. And they invited me as a special guest, and I didn't understand why did they invite me as one of the best Latvian players. I was supposed to give a simul, etc. And apparently the entire evening was in the chess theme. Entire evening was in chess theme. There was everything chess related. And then I talked with tennis players, and I was very surprised to learn that they feel very connected to chess. Very connected. I've always thought, no, I mean, how come? Yeah. But they feel it's very strategically similar to chess, and that's why I'm not surprised to see Carlos Alcaraz playing chess, and also Novak Djokovic. He's been mentioned to play chess, I believe, with Boris Becker.
That's what I think I was
That's right.
referring. It is actually true. It is actually very much true, and many people are asking why chess is so good, so important for kids especially. And there is always you have to know what you want to do in chess. You can use chess as your tool, as a skills, and you can choose chess as your profession, right? And I have never thought how much chess gave me as a skills, because it's normal thing for me to, I don't know, to plan something, then to calculate everything, to memorize something. But when I started the university, and it was very difficult studies, and it was heavy work. Every day we had to work on many projects and then exams. And then I was never thought how many skills I got from chess. For instance, to memorize things very easily compared to the other kids. I could never understand why they needed repetition again and again and again when it was so simple to memorize. And from that moment on, I just started to think the benefits of chess and how you can just use all those things. And here we have 700 participants, right? some of them, probably many of them, will not choose their profession as the chess players, but they will always use chess in their life and in their profession.
I love how you said
what
that.
really matters. Yeah, we don't necessarily need to become, all of us, the greatest chess players of all time, but we can use these skills in things that we like to do in life. Yeah.
Well said.
Yeah.
All right,
how we started this exactly?
I don't know. I mean, we started the philosophy talk about how chess is popular, etc. But yeah, we live in wonderful times. This is really great moment to play chess. It always was, but right now, I mean, chess popularity is booming for many reasons. But let's focus now back on what's happening over the board, because now that we looked at the game of Sava Vetokin playing against Stefanos Kazantzoglu, the game is sharp.
It is, yeah.
So it was a knight of some sort? No. Oh, knight c3. Yeah, again, it's really interesting, Keti, how the popularity of this knight c3 has evolved, because I remember when I was a kid and playing in youth championships, knight c3 was always dubbed as not very serious. Yeah, this is not how you play chess. G3, not very good stuff. But I mean,
not very brave kids were playing the close Sicilian. But
very open-minded. Look at this, Queen d4. The very famous game of Magnus Carlsen against Radoslav Wojtaszek. I think it inspired a lot of players to do this.
Queen d2,
b3, bishop b2, long castle, and there you go.
That was the most weirdest thing I have seen, actually. Queen d2 was there. Queen e3, I think then later they improved. And this also shows how much the concept of thinking has been changed. Who would dare to play Queen d2 in I don't know, early years of
nobody
of this
will play
century.
that. It will be unthinkable. You can't play like that.
You could be punished for that being somewhere.
So we look at Vetokin's clock, and of course he's down on 1 hour and 3 minutes, because I'm pretty sure this is the first time he's seeing this. Right? It's a very unusual system, and I think that Stefanos knows it slightly better because he has almost 20 minutes more on the clock. Doesn't matter what the engine says, and then engine, I just clicked it, it says minus 0.1. What does it mean? It means absolutely nothing. White's idea is really simple. G5, H4, H5, start a kingside attack, and right now Vetokin is, trying to figure out what's going to be his setup. Should he try to play the traditional B5, B4? Should he opt for E5, try to occupy D4, F4 squares with perhaps bishop E6 to follow? Who knows, right? It's a very big decision. There's no background knowledge here, so that's why Sava is thinking, and we are going to switch to yet another age group, and I think it's high time for us to check how are doing the girls.
Yeah, the girls under 18, the first board is very interesting. Here we have 2 leaders, and this round can be crucial for, I think, most of the categories. We might already have the sole leader, which brings extra flavor into the tournament. Here we have Ksenia Balabayeva from Kazakhstan against Elizabeta Herbenchinkova from Ukraine. Elizabeta is the rating favorite, although there is not a huge difference by the rating between these 2 players, and the position itself is very, very interesting.
I absolutely like white, because this bishop on a2 seems to be incredibly strong. I'm just going to very quick glimpse. What was the opening? The Hungarian variation. It's not very popular, but it has a solid reputation. D6. Black is threatening to capture this bishop with knight a5. So a4. Bishop g4. Wait a second. Is this really the main move here? Bishop g4, h3, and take on f3 to get knight e4. All right, I'm not going to argue with the modern theory. I mean, the general understanding of the bishop g4 maneuver, maybe there's an exception here, Keti, but I think that most of the professionals that agree with me that it has nothing to do on g4. Why is this? Because in all kinds of Italian Ra Lopez's games, it's very tempting to create this pin with the bishop on h5.
Yeah.
But when you think deeper, it becomes very difficult for you to be active. So again, I'm not entirely sure what's the theory here. Could be something like bishop e3 to stop knight e4. And I'm just going to show you one possible idea. For example, let's say black plays whatever. Let's say knight e7. I'm not sure for what purpose, just to showcase my idea. g4, bishop g6, and something like king g2. And white's idea is very simple. White wants to position the knight on g3, h4, h5. The bishop on g6 is feeling pretty bad. And it's very difficult for black to get what I call the so-called pawn play. She's experiencing major issues. And that's the reason why here Yelizaveta immediately took on f3 and played knight e4. But I'm not sure if I like the strategy, because once again, white is going to roam the knight from c3, play c3 herself. The knight on d4 will go away. And the absence of the light square bishop in the long run, I think she might feel it. But then again, maybe this is the theory here according to the Hungarian system. So what do I know, right? I think that perhaps bishop e6 was the more solid approach. Of course, there's some other issues with bishop e6. So, okay, let's see how it's going to play out. And bishop e3 is on the board. No, I'm definitely favoring here white. Although I just switched on the engine just to check what the engine says. Engine says 0.3, 0.5 for white. I think it's even more than that, to be honest.
I agree with this, that white's plan here is rather fast to get the knight back and then to push c3 with potential to play d4. There's also the idea maybe to open up the f file as the bishop is aiming on f7. And yeah, this can be really slow game, but white can improve it. But what can black done here in this position? What's the plan here for black?
That is a very good question. By the way, we are seeing on the camera that Hrebenchikova is not on the board. She is walking, I guess, somewhere in the hall. Quite a typical sight, by the way. I know that some students are coaching, some coaches are telling their students never leave the chessboard. But
what?
Yeah, seriously,
really?
Especially at younger ages. Yeah, they're telling them never to leave, meaning unless you have to go for, the break. But they're really telling them not to leave. And why? Not to lose the concentration of the game.
I thought not to lose the chessboard, but...
No. I mean, not to lose the concentration, because every single time you get up, you lose slightly concentration. You're disconnected from the board, and you come back, you have to tune in.
It's
I know that some coaches are saying this.
It's interesting. Okay, yeah, everyone has a very different approach. But for me, when I walk, for instance, I walk a lot during the game. I think better without chessboard, without looking at the board. Rather, when I'm at the board, I'm more distracted.
So you're a walker.
I'm a walker.
I'm also a walker.
I love to
I know
walk.
that Petr Svidler is an infamous walker. I mean, there are the players who are sitting, and then there are players who are walking, right?
I walk so much. Like there was one day I sat down at the board and I was tired. I walked so much.
I can relate to that.
I love to walk, really. And I love to wash my hands very often. Just go to and recently it's like some players who are going to the bathroom, they are like, under some ice. And I started to think that maybe some people will get a bit distracted because I'm going so often to the bathroom. But it's just like my thing that I have to wash my hand to fresh up a little bit and then walk endlessly before my opponent makes the move.
I'm sure any strategy is good as long as you are feeling really well.
Yeah.
Anyway, you asked me, Keti, the question, what black is supposed to do here. I think that white's plan is a bit easier, because white might be threatening to take on d4, retreat on e2, and play f4, maybe g4, g5. And look at this monster on a2. It's so difficult for black to meet. I'm not sure if black has to respond with something like knight e6. I don't think that Balabayeva wants to give up the bishop. It's a very nice bishop.
Yeah.
It's very nicely positioned here in a2, and it has sharpshooter's abilities to create long-term issues. I would think that here Balabayeva is going to play something center push related. But then again, maybe black's idea is to play d5 next. So that's why it's so important what's going to be the next move.
I'm thinking, how about move like knight to d7 and then bishop g5 to get rid of the one pair of bishop?
You mean here?
I like 96 move, to be honest.
Then I'm very happy about this in general. I
No,
know
no, no, 96, 96.
Oh, you mean 96?
Yeah, 96 is a very good move to somehow cut the bishop from there.
Okay, and what if I play g3 with the idea to play 4? I mean, it's a very common maneuver, you think? Also takes care of that 4 square.
Yeah, and let's say
you want to play 97?
Oh, no, no, I learned that you want to play f4. Come on, I will not play that.
Okay. I talk you out of it. Okay.
No, how about d5 now?
Yeah, this is the thing which I'm not sure how to evaluate properly. Because now, let's say I take on d5. And this idea I'm using, I wanted to show you, it exists in the bishop's opening.
Yeah.
The point is, not sure, knight e5 or c takes on d5. I just want to show the point. Probably the execution could have been better, but I treat this pawn on d5 as a weakness.
Okay.
So I was thinking maybe there's a right moment to play d4. You know, fix it as a weakness. You obviously play e4. And then I somehow, in this bishop's opening, there's this idea to play queen b3 and hit the pawn. But obviously, I don't know what I'm doing here. How is this feeling together with black's counterattack with f5, f4? So maybe this g3 is not a very good move because black might be indeed threatening d5.
d5, yeah.
So the next move is going to be quite crucial for white, assuming that white understands there's going to be d5.
D5 is coming and d4.
Maybe by the way, maybe even the same d4. It looks a bit awkward, but why not?
I understand the point. You want to take and have this pawn on d6
why not?
fixed as the background pawn?
Yeah, and you take it, and I take it, and okay, it's a slightly different structure. This was not my original plan, but maybe it's fine. Black, I think, still wants to play knight e7, position the bishop on f6 eventually, maybe hide it on g7. If I find nothing for white, I would go here, but I think I value my bishop a bit. So playing d4 perhaps is not what I want with white.
Yeah, also what's very important for learning opening is not to only memorize the moves, but then to know what's your plan. So up to this point, if your line includes this bishop to give up for the knight, then black also should know how to proceed the game, to play d5, to play something else, knight d7, bishop g5. Then it can somehow make it easier for everyone to play any type of the position. Let's now switch to the next board. Here we have Ayan Alahmeverdiyeva from Azerbaijan against Rochelle Wu from USA, and those two players actually are the favorites. They both have 4 out of 4. And this is the category we have, I think, where we have the most leaders. 4 leaders sharing first, 4th places and facing each other in this round.
Yeah, it's actually quite interesting that you mentioned because having the most leaders, because the biggest group by far is the open section under 14, and they have only 1 leader.
Yeah, so interesting.
So it's quite amazing, right? So the biggest leader has the least amount of leaders, and here this group, which is only having 80, how many is it? 85 players, if I counted correctly, it has 4 leaders. Anyway. Let's check what was the opening phase. 92, all right. This is something I can relate to. So e takes on d5, queen d5. This is a very aggressive approach by Rochelle. 92 has a solid reputation, but I think at a very good level, it has been sort of neutralized already, although somebody probably is going to disagree with me that white here gets a nice positional game. Knight c3 is the more direct continuation. I play myself knight e2, so now all the drawbacks of this move. c5, e takes, queen d5 is a very direct continuation. Knight f3, c takes on d4, bishop c4. White temporarily sacrifices the pawn on d4, but black cannot hold on this. Queen d8 is the response of Rochelle. There's all kinds of retreats. Queen d7, I think it's also quite fashionable because in the long run, black is thinking that the bishop either goes to b7 or queen is repositioned on c7. Okay, maybe it doesn't really matter. These are the details. Castles, knight c6, knight b3, a6. White is gonna get back the pawn. I'm not entirely sure I understand the move h3. This must be a part of some waiting strategy, but what is even the idea? Clearly, Alakvardieva is following her opening prep here, at least so far. Whatever it is, because I think a4 is pretty standard. You stop b5. I'll just show maybe here. If you take on d4, knight e4, black typically is playing queen c7, b5, bishop b7. Make sure there's no sacrifice on e6, of course, and then give the bishop a good roll on d7. The other bishop goes on d6. So that's the idea. And I can only assume that h3 makes a difference. Maybe it's directed against bishop d6. Could it be? Oh, this is really smart. Look at this, Keti. Maybe she has found a way to avoid black playing bishop b6, which is normally where you want to position the bishop, because here after knight e4, you can take with the queen. And then position the queen on h4, bishop g5, bishop d3, start a kingside attack. It could be. Okay, this is amazing.
Sneaky h3 moves are always there.
Super tricky. All right, but black played bishop d7, bishop c5, bishop e7, a5, fixing the weakness on b6, and rook c8 here. I think Rochelle is slightly passive. White is definitely better here. I think that we can conclude the opening results that the Azerbaijani player has managed to trick her opponent. She has more space, and I think that Rochelle would love to trade a couple of pieces, because this follows the general guidelines of space advantage. When you have space advantage, what do you want to do? You don't want to trade pieces. And when you're being suffocated slightly, like black is, what do you want to do? You want to trade some pieces to gain some luft for your pieces.
Yeah, so it's actually very interesting here that the black has more time on the clock, so white is really putting a lot of effort here to find a way out. But moves like bishop to b6 here to hit the queen, and then rook to e1 to scan the queen on e-file will make a lot of sense here in this position for white, and slowly to try to play on these dark squares that are created on the queen side. It is pleasant. It is really pleasant. Black doesn't have too much of the problems here. Only problem is that the passivity of the pieces and this b6 square that we're just pointing out. So, but anyway, this is just the beginning of the game. Things gonna go up and down for sure in many of the games, including this one. You guys, we are going to take our first break. We still have a lot of games on the top boards to cover, but that will happen right after we are coming back from the break. This is FIDE World Youth Chess Championship 2023, and we'll be back shortly. Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE World Youth Chess Championship 2023 in Italy. In the studio, we are Keti and Artur. And in the round 5, we do already have one game down on the top boards. And Artur, what is this game?
That's the game we predicted, which might finish in a draw. The top board of the open section under 18, Aldiyar Ansat against Alexei Grebnev. It looks pretty sharp. We are going to show you in a bit the board. We left it right after the opening here, where I think that Aldiyar was not really happy with the outcome. Bishop b4 here, Grebnev was well prepared for the rising position, and now, I mean, it's going to be quite difficult for White to be ambitious. He did play this typical h4, rook c3, the rook lift. Yeah, but all of the pieces disappear at the c file. Queen b5, queen c7, knight f5, and about here, White found a way to force a draw. Knight takes on d4. Black didn't really mind to allow knight g5 check, queen h5, queen e8, and draw was agreed. And also, this is a very fine example of the enforced Sofia rule, because here, ladies and gentlemen, you can't agree to a draw before move 30. There's the so-called Sofia rule.
Yes, so the first game is down. This was quite balanced. Both of the players have done already great job so far. We actually haven't seen some of the boards in the girls section. We are going to continue to see that. The last game we saw was girls under 18 second board. Now we can move to girls under 16 first board, and here we have Alexandra Shvedova with white pieces against Laya Shoradova, and seems like quite double-edged position.
Lela is from Turkmenistan. Alexandra represents FIDE. It appears to be that this was the Benko Gambit. It feels like the Benko Gambit. Yeah, precisely. b5, c takes on b5, e3, and yeah, you can immediately see that Shvedova has top-notch preparation, because e3 right now is the move against the Benko Gambit. It's very, very popular. I mean, historically, of course, b takes on a6 has been one of the main moves. Personally, Keti, I prefer myself b6, not to give away for black to open a file. So the bottom line of this is black sacrifices the a pawn with the idea to open up a and v file and generate some counterplay, thus solving the opening problems. e3, white keeps the pawn for the time being. Knight c3, g6, knight f3, a4, and now plays e4. This is a very, very tricky order of the moves. It might feel strange to you. Why did white play e3? And then a couple of moves later she played e4. But that's essentially the computer chess right there. So bishop d7 was played. Quite interesting is that Leila here is not taking the pawn on b5. So she's trying to invite white to take on a6. e6 is another typical move for black in these positions. Shvedova took on e6, bishop e2, finally black took on b5, knight a6, castles, knight b4, and biggest question of them all, Keti, of course. Does black have compensation here?
Yep, that's the question that comes to head to be answered. So so far you cannot really judge this position too much, as it's not so clear to me what will be the black's plan here in this position, or white's plan. So I think they have to figure it out, maybe even on the board, as they're perhaps out of the opening.
I see no compensation here, to be honest. You know, I know that there are many fans of the Benko system, and the Benko system is a very popular system up to a certain level, but it has this, what's the reputation? A bit shady reputation at a high level. And it works really good up to a certain level when your opponent is not ready.
Yeah.
But when you are playing against a very good prepared opponent like Shvedova here, I think it worked slightly against here Leila. And again, I have nothing against the Benko system. It is very interesting. It's very dynamic. I'm probably speaking not right now as a commentator, I'm speaking as a chess professional, but this position right now, white is very active. She simply enjoys an extra pawn, and I just don't see whatever black has here. Maybe, oh, sorry, what happened just now? I lost it. Just a second, where was this? Oh. This has happened before, don't worry. Just a second, we are going to get there back in a moment. Yeah. All right, so what I was saying, I think that black in these positions has an idea to play d5. A d5, e takes on d5, a knight takes on d5, open up the bishop on g7, but there should be no discussion about if she's going to get the pawn back in the end. So what I was saying about the Benko system is that the way white played it out, she underlined all the drawbacks of the system that it has, and I know, Keti, you're going to completely disagree with me because I look at you.
I don't agree.
You're gonna say, long live the Benko system. I feel something like this is coming out of you.
I'll protest in a second.
All right, there you go.
Well, let's start in from this person, because I played myself with white.
I knew it.
And in the most of the games, my opponent never gets the pawn back, but still wins the game, which is so sarcastic.
You're not talking from the white's perspective.
I'm talking in general. In Benko, when my opponent plays Benko, my opponent not necessarily need to get the pawn back. It needs to outplay very easily in the center, which is a very sad story itself. But here, okay, this e3, e4 move, it's quite fancy, and we understand that it's engine lines and so on and so on. But still, it's not so uncomfortable for black to play these positions. The bishop is very active on the diagonal. I can develop my pieces like queen to c7, rook to d8, prepare this d5. There's always this c4, very unpleasant ideas, rook to knight d7, knight c5 moves to get on d3. So there are some ideas here for black, and you know, this is still game on. I would not agree here with Angie.
I didn't say this game over. That I didn't say. I said I don't see any compensation here.
I see.
For the pawn. I'm not saying that black is lost here. I am just questioning the system as a whole. You know?
Oh no.
Oh no.
Don't do that. Okay. Don't do that. No. But
okay,
one thing
fine.
that I agree is that it works out. This kind of openings are working out very well when your opponent is not ready for it. This I agree.
That's what I said, yeah.
This what I agree. And let's not judge this opening as the candidates tournament, right? This tournament. This is something where kids need to find a way how to fight. They need to have very comfortable position because, for instance, myself, I had a quite wide opening repertoire to choose, and me and my coach was always choosing according of my opponent. So he was doing really hard work while I was resting or playing with the other kids. He was looking for some of the weaknesses in my opponent's position. And you might play the first move of the engine, but you might not feel comfortable with that. That's also another thing, right? So it's a lot of psychological points here too that can play.
I'm not going to argue. Yeah,
in this stage, when you want to become the champion, you don't care who is the rating favorite. You want to become the champion, and all these kids are here to become the champion, let's be honest. They want something sharp, and Benko is one, and Benon is one, King's Indian is the one, and we can argue that top players are not playing King's Indian at this level.
Again,
they don't.
Yeah, it's a very good point. I think it's also a clash of styles, right? I mean, one clash of styles, you believe that it's a good system, you like these sharp positions, although Engine not necessarily agrees. I like the point that you brought up, Keti, about the King's Indian defense. Engine's usually crucified, but then again, when you look closer, what happens in the end? By the way, very good point is that, for example, the same King's Indian defense is very popular at the correspondence chess, and just give you huge advantage, and then at some point they announce you are getting checkmated in 15 moves.
Oh, it's so difficult. And I remember that at these very type of tournaments, I had huge arguments with my coach, telling that I'm not comfortable to play this position, and he was telling me, trust me, play this, your opponent will fall for it.
So was he right?
He was always right. That's what I hated about. But I was winning and winning. That was also the problem. But then I hated that I have to admit it. You know, you win a game, you're signing this caution, and your coach is standing there, and you have to go and say like, "Yeah, you are right." That's so personal. But you know, you need chances. You need to fight, and. This is at this level anything can happen. They want to have something fighting, some gambits, and
I'm going to start to play tomorrow the Benko Gambit. You convince me.
Benko, I love Benko.
All right, let's jokes aside. Let's of course continue to observe this game. I don't really see where's the compensation for Black, but I take your point, Keti. Things are not over. Black definitely has some active chances here. The knight on the b4. Hope I didn't offend any Benko Gambit fan out there, right? Because all I'm telling is the perspective from the professionals' view. I know that a lot of players, they share the same opinion.
But on this playing venue, let's be honest, there are only two grandmasters. It's you and Volodin.
No, there's more. I mean, right now? Oh,
yes.
There's more, I think.
Probably, very likely. We can be safe to say there are two. So rest of us, sinners, we need some gambits.
Rest of us mortals, yeah.
Yeah, the mortals, we need gambits.
All right, very nice. I love these discussions. Let's move on to the next game. And this was the top board of the girls under 16 section. Let's also check the second board where the Chinese Chikia Wang is playing against our alum Kaldarova. Kaldarova represents Kazakhstan. By the way, Kazakhstan is one of the most represented countries here. They're in the second place in terms of the largest delegation. The first place obviously goes to the hosts, Italians.
Yeah, that's right. Actually, this position is very interesting. White hasn't castled yet. However, this pawn on d6 and knight on f5 and queen on f3 squared, somehow it's such a good combination of the pieces. And it is white to move. That's also very important to know who has the turn to move. And Arturs, I see a lot of ghosts here on g7 square.
It's very dangerous for Black. I mean, materially wise, it's equal.
Yeah.
But the
queen
knight
on c8 stacked also there between the rooks. Very.
What even was this opening?
Yeah, that's interesting. Actually,
let's check this. Oh, e6, b6, allowing white to play e4 takes space. F5. Okay, so this is quite a bit surprise. I think also this line's quite a tricky one. I'm not sure about the reputation of this line though. You know, there's this one thing. I know maybe I'm mentioning too many times that I should. There's the one thing what engine is saying, what is the current reputation of the line. I mean, this reputation usually is one of the main reasons why coaches are giving their students the openings that they're playing, right? I'm not sure about the reputation of this line. I very quickly checked the engine. Engine said it's completely playable. The idea of this f5, I recognize it. It's not a very popular opening, for sure, this I can tell you. And e takes on f5, bishop takes on g2, queen h5 check. Black has now access to king f8. This is also one of the reasons why bishop b4 was included. So d5, okay. White tries to close the bishop on b7. So far this makes sense. F takes, knight f6, bishop f3, takes, castle. c6. Very principled approach, d6. Try to close the queen side for Black. Bishop c3.
Yeah, Black felt that there was difficulties to develop the queen side, and went to this queen to c8, and that gave White so much time to play on the king side. And there can be a lot of ideas here to hit the pawn on g7. I like here some moves like h4, rook h3, rook g3, for instance. h5, h4, h5, h6, knight g7 sacrifices. You can also just
I mean, maybe one could even go Dubov style, like long castle.
Oh,
if Dubov can make if Dubov can make a long castle in his famous game against Anish Giri, where he had no pawns in front of the king. I mean, why not here, right? Just remove the king from the center so that your king side is completely at your disposal.
Crazy.
That's the modern chess right there.
Yeah. There is also, like, after, let's say, long castle or short castle, any castle where the king is not pinned, you can also play bishop to g5, and there's also knight h6 checks there in that positions. Like, for instance, yeah, in some kind of ideas, I wanted to suggest the queen d6, queen d8, and then forks sort of things, but it's not happening. Many ideas here. Everything is connected to G7, knight f6, and the king.
That's right. So the game is pretty sharp, and I think that the Chinese player also is very tempted to play something sharper, or she already has made a short castle. We don't see that. We have here this very nice view of her thought process. She looks on the left. By the way, a very common thing among the players is try to visualize the board in their minds.
Like Beth Harmon's.
Yeah, like Beth Harmon. I was about to bring, short castle is on the board. I was about to bring a more common example, like Hikaru Nakamura often is staring at the ceiling. So why is he looking there? I mean, there's a rumor, of course, that there's stockfish installed in the ceiling, but
yes, no, it might be true.
No, but on a serious note, he's just taking away his mind from the board so that he can visualize exactly like Beth Harmon was visualizing in the Queen's Gambit TV series, this board in the mind, and that's why you could see also the Chinese player. She had this glimpse on the left, trying to picture something, take the mind away from the board, because sometimes when you are looking too much at the board, you start to see hallucinations.
Yeah, and you are just stuck with one line only. That's why I like to walk. My mind is more clear. When I'm looking at the board, I always look only 1 or 2 lines, and I'm not creating anything more. Arturs, I had actually major conflicts with one of my opponents when I was a kid about looking somewhere. And this person was my schoolmate. And this person was a boy. He was competing in the boys section. I was competing in the girls section. But sometimes I was playing in the boys competition because my coach told my parents that it's better to play as much as possible and to also to compete with guys. And this guy, my schoolmate, he couldn't afford to lose. And he wanted, I think, to be the first in the class, so to be proud of that fact.
So very high stakes, yes.
We had always high competition, just me and him. Like, we were really weak kids, and we had competition between us. And there was a funny situation. My grandmother is biggest chess fan, and she's the reason why I play chess. So she was always very close of my preparation, how I was coaches, how I was playing and everything. And she always believed that I was not the strongest kid physically. So she thought that I was getting tired very fast, and she decided to take me to the psychologist to work on many things that can help me as a chess player, to my chess. So we worked a lot actually with the psychologist. It was very helpful for me to discover other things, not in chess, but it was a very interesting process as a little kid. And I remember that she told me, when you're playing chess tournament, you cannot have a meal, right? You can have some snacks, but it was not very common back in that days to eat something during the game. So my doctor told me that when I feel tired, I have to just relax a little bit, maybe look somewhere. If there's a window, maybe I can look to the sky or maybe to the ceiling and imagine that there is a galaxy with a lot of stars around. They are just floating, and to get this energy. And then imagine that you are getting one of these stars and you are eating it like a chocolate or marshmallow, and it's going to help you. No, don't laugh. It's a very good technique, actually.
I'm listening. Yeah.
It's a technique from the doctor. Don't laugh about that. And you're going to feel with a lot of energy. So I was using this technique as a child, and obviously one of the moments that I was tired, I started to look up into the sky. There was a window next to us. And my opponent started to argue with me not to look there.
Oh.
And we had really huge argument that I was like, I can walk, I can do whatever. It's like, it's not your fault, it's not your business. So this escalated so much that he called the arbiter, and he had a statement that my opponent is looking at the sky. And the arbiter, we're like kids 6, 7 years old, fighting to look or not to look in the sky. And he was like, okay, kids, just sit down and continue to play. And that happened just because that I was looking upstairs, up in the ceiling or in the windows, and doing my thing that I was training earlier to deal with my chess. So that was one of the weirdest stories from my childhood and the chess.
FIDE rules allow you to look in the sky, right?
Yeah, and eat as much as stars,
Now
visual
that we
stars as
clarify
you
that.
want.
All
Yeah.
right. This is good to know. What's happening here? So show castle is played. And yeah, I guess now black is trying to figure out what to do with this knight on f5 here. Do we select another game?
Let's do, actually. We have still 2 more games to cover. We haven't covered yet. And the next one is girls under 14. Here we have Zarina Nurgaleva from Kazakhstan against Ibris Mo from USA. And Arturs, what you can talk about this position?
I don't know what kind of opening was this. There's many openings where you can get a similar structure. It could be the French. It could be, very quickly, you know, with no Karakan.
Oh.
I wouldn't have guessed.
Yeah.
Yes, and then black played e5. Yeah, this is also a very common theme. Bishop b5, bishop e3, bishop d7, knight e2. Oh, b5?
That's interesting.
Okay, it's something new. I don't think I've seen this maneuver ever before, but I guess she wants to play b4, open up the bishop on g7. Why not? I mean, the white king's in the center, looks interesting. Knight f3, queen f3, and knight f6. So black abandoned the idea for whatever reason. She has a weakness on d5, white has an outpost on d4. So if somebody is better here, it's only white. So Nurgaleva is looking pretty all right here. But then again, I don't think black has any major issues here. It's just the pawn on d5 is something you're going to have to defend. So white is thinking most like rook d1, remove the knight, maybe rook d3, put the other rook on d1, and try to come up with something.
How about bishop d4 here? So you are ready to trade dark square bishops if knight moves away. And then you want somehow to activate your pieces as you're mentioning, like maybe queen d3, rook e1, knight f3, knight e5. And the moment this knight moves away, you trade the dark squares and you get something out of it.
Probably. I think that in general there's not much advantage for white. I mean, I know similar positions with the dark square bishops gone, where the pawn stands on b7. This I know. And the engine says there's absolutely nothing here for white. Because, I mean, you can double your rooks on d3, d1. Black is definitely going to do something in the meantime, and the pawn on d5 is quite easily defended. What I'm not sure is how...
If this changed so much,
how it affects the evaluation of this pawn on b5. And I feel, at least at the intuitive level, Keti, if black is not playing b4, then this pawn on b5 might be something that she could regret. Also, having these bishops on the board, how does this change the valuation? Bishop d4 absolutely makes sense. It hits the knight on f6, you want to get to the pawn on d5. So maybe right now Zarina is trying to figure out the order of the moves. I think rook d1 looks also very human.
Did she already made a move?
I think she did.
Let's zoom a little bit because she's very relaxed.
The bishop stands on d4. There's no need. Yeah, we can see it. Bishop stands on d4, and she has followed your suggestion, Keti. Hitting the knight on f6, and then see what black is going to do. By the way, there's also a threat of something like rook e1. Attack the queen, and the queen is pinned to defend the knight. Also, I think right now we can agree that b4 is not happening, because white can simply take it, and black can't respond with queen takes on b4 because the knight on f6 is... Oh wait, the knight on b4 is hanging as well. Okay, but looks a bit strange. Yesterday, Zarina was playing this very sharp game. This was absolutely stunning game, one of the most interesting rounds, games of the round. Very, very unclear game where her opponent blundered in the end from Georgia. Her opponent from Georgia blundered this rook, queen
It
f1
was
check.
very impressive how they were making so precise moves at the seconds on the clock. It was so impressive. Both of the players. It was very nice for us to get that game. And Zarina, I think she got a little bit lucky because if not that blunder, she had to make a draw. But you know, you always need a little bit luck at the chess tournament, in the chess
Who said
game.
this? Good players are usually lucky. I don't remember who, but I think it's right.
Yeah.
All right, let's now also have a look at the second board of the girls under 14 section where Elnaz Kalyakmet is playing against Alessia Natoli
from Poland.
Kazakhstan and Poland. By the way, two Kazakhstan players are playing on top two boards. So very impressive start from one of the most represented countries here in Montesilvano, Italy. So this is the position which would make Wesley so very proud, I guess. Because if somebody is really good at these positions, Keti, in these symmetrical structures, it's the American top grandmaster. He usually likes to play out quietly and then, you know, slowly like a spider approach the opponent.
I like symmetrical positions.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's
All
very
right.
nice. I like if I'm the one who plays first, of course.
All right, and I think that White's position should be preferred because she has two bishops here. By the way, Alessia with black, she is one of the three leaders with 4 points. So I don't know about her game strategy for this match. I assume she tried to be solid, but now looking at these bishops on b2, d3, also with knight c5, I'm thinking also, Keti, about knight g5 prospects. Hitting the pawn on h7 with some bishop f6 ideas. I think if somebody here has an advantage, it's absolutely White. Although black has seemingly no weaknesses. That's what it makes it really interesting.
Yeah. It's always very interesting and mysterious, this kind of positions when you have same pawn structure. Pieces are also more or less active, but there is one nuance here. For instance, the bishop b2 and bishop b7, there is a huge difference between these bishops. White bishop is attacking, black bishop is more defensive, and if we compare these pieces one by one, we can find out that white's pieces are better in that sense. So that's why it can be very pleasant to play here with white. And talking about Alessia Natoli, it's very impressive because her rating is actually 1,782 or something like that. She's seated, she's ranked 36 or like after 30, and at this point, after 4 rounds, she's getting 100 rating points, which is a lot of winning.
So only for 4 games, so on average 25 points per game. I think
if she wins every round,
she's going to challenge Magnus. No? All right.
Maybe stockfish.
I mean, these ratings for youngsters, I mean, they tend to have these huge jumps, so it's absolutely normal. And I'm not sure actually what's now the latest policy for FIDE, because I remember, Keti, when I got my very first rating, that was 1990, oh my goodness, 6 or 7, a good half a century ago.
What was your first rating?
Well, my first rating was 2230, I think. But there was a rule back then that you can't get a rating below 2000. You simply could not.
You couldn't, yeah.
So the starting rating was 2000. And now I think they have lowered the threshold slowly but carefully, but I think the lowest now is either 1,000 or 1,200. I'm not entirely sure. There have been discussions about this, and it's not easy. You know, it's not easy to find the right answer, but there have been some discussions. What about these kids, right? If they get the very first rating, let's say I start to play chess, I play my very first tournament, I get the first rating like 1,200. Then it's very difficult for them to climb up, and that's why sometimes you see these ridiculous rating jumps. And I'm not entirely sure what is right now the policy of FIDE. I mean, they're clearly doing absolutely their best, you know, to accommodate everybody.
They changed the rule because this that's why she's getting here, Alessia, for a 100 rating point, because when you are a junior player under 18, you have K factor is higher, 40. Back in those days, it was 20 for everyone. That's why you were getting slower.
K40 for quite a while already, no?
Yeah. It was some years ago. So it's actually very good choice because high rating is needed for everyone. After all, this is your standing, yeah. And I had very difficult time to get my rating because when I got my first rating, it was 1,800, and that was right after FIDE changed the rule to have from 2,000 starting, drop down to 1,800 in just 1 month. So I could play one tournament, get my rating 2,000, but I played 1 month after, and I had 200 rating point less. And I remember it was so difficult for me to get. It's not something that you cannot get. It's just you don't have tournaments to get at this age. You cannot travel for the open tournaments without parents. You have your school. It is costly to travel as well. So you are playing the national tournaments, and then it's also not easy to get your rating
I mean,
up.
the general idea, of course, is that if you start to play at a certain level, your rating is going to get there eventually.
In some years.
In some years, of course. But of course, I mean, sometimes that's why we start to talk about this. Sometimes we are seeing these jumps, and I'm not entirely sure that Alessia here is playing at 1,700. I'm pretty sure she already is playing higher than that, maybe 2,000, maybe 2,200. We don't know that. And that's why if she's gaining 100 or 200 points from this tournament, good for her, and the rating will stabilize. In the meantime, let's continue to move on. I think here we can agree that White's position is really nice.
Pleasant, yeah, more pleasant. And also another thing very interesting was when we had here the guest, Michelle, who is just 10 years old. One of the first things she pointed out was like, some of the kids here are underrated. And I was like, that's actually so true. And it's a good point to know that rating very often is not speaking for the level for the chess players. Arturs, I think it's time to maybe look at the third or fourth board in the categories, or go back to
let's do that. I think we also have to check what's happening on some other top boards. We are going to start with the open section under 18, where we have, who do we have here? The third board is Ilan Party from India playing against Aditya Bagus Arfan from Indonesia. And both of these players have 3.5 points out of 4. Actually, there's not so many leaders because there's only 3 leaders in total. It's Grebnev, Ansat, who already finished the game in a draw, and then Aaron Pasti, who plays still with a perfect score with black color. We are going to check that game, of course. It was super sharp. But then there's only 4 players with 3.5 and a gigantic peloton with 3 points. So it's something like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, something like 20 plus players with 3 points out of 4.
Yep, a lot of players that can catch up the leaders. And here we have this position, which is very interesting. We see that white pawns are, 3 of them are pushed on the 5th rank. And the black's latest move was bishop captures on a3. I assume there was a pawn here. And let's see the final idea why black gave up the bishop for the pawn. If white recaptures it back, black is planning to play queen to c5 to win the rook.
Indeed. Actually, initially I thought it's b4. And then I noticed there's queen c5 check. This looks really nice. I mean, in the Sicilian defenses, this is a very common theme. And also, that's something that the chess coaches are teaching their students. When you're playing Sicilian defense and your opponent starts a kingside attack, like here white is playing g4, g5, h4, h5, very much invested in the affairs of the kingside, the best strategy usually is to respond with a counter-strike in the center. And that's why something like d5 is as natural as it gets. I'm not entirely sure about this entire sequence, Keti, because after e takes on d5, it is possible also to take on d5, right? I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. But all right, here black decided to play bishop takes on a3.
You can always be extra fancy, you know. This is the move that you show your opponent that maybe you blundered something on a3.
And here we can see the player in a very deep think here. He is trying to concentrate, trying to figure out how does he meet this surprising move. Did he expect this bishop takes on a3? I could easily imagine it being a surprise. But all right. Now that you are surprised, you got to move on. I'm not sure. I mean, definitely something with the king set attack related makes sense. And Keti, I'm looking at, at least at the intuitive level. I'm not sure how good is this, but I want to play h6, I want to hit the pawn on g7 because if this pawn moves, I might get access to knight e4, knight f6, which maybe is not even a mate. Who knows? Let's say I play g6. Knight e4. I hit, by the way, the bishop.
But Arturs, I think if the pawn moves away, we can now even take the bishop on a3. g6, bishop a3, and if you play queen c5, in the final move you have queen e5. Maybe it works, I don't know.
Wow, that is a brilliant point. Okay, let's play king h2 just in case. Yeah, remove the king here and queen e5.
Yeah.
Hits with the mate. Only move for black is f6. And it inspires all kinds of nasty ideas here for white. Queen e6, knight e4, bishop c3. I mean, you don't need to analyze this for too long. You can already definitely sense this is a very serious idea.
h6 is very strong, actually. What black has to do there?
I love it. I mean, maybe the point is that black is going to ignore this pawn on g7 and allow white to take on g7. How about...
We can do the same if...
How about take the pawn on d5?
Yeah, take the pawn on d5. Can we do the same stuff?
But now I'll have f6. Slightly better version. So you want to test it, yeah? Rook 8. Maybe include some trade first. I'm not sure. Do I need this, to be honest? And now take on a3. And now you give a check. I play king h2. I'm not entirely sure how accurate all of this is, to be honest. Probably takes here. By the way, still not very clear.
Yeah.
f6.
Queen a6.
Oh. Oh my goodness. I think I found something here. Rook f7 drops the rook. Actually, white wins. So it's also a possibility. So how was this? Again, it's a lot of calculations here because you have to calculate, according to the calculation theory, all the forcing moves, which are captures, threats, intermezzos, moves, checks, etc. There's so many moves like bishop c5
captures, checks, and threats.
Yeah. Yeah, it's basically the same, yeah. All right. So h6.
I like it.
I love it.
But Arturs, I'm even thinking that maybe black-white has to first go to this, kick the queen out, and then push h6. Because if you push h6, there is bishop c5, and somehow, yeah, okay. First, let's see.
So this is what we call the intended blunder, yeah? And now h6. Okay, but it's pretty clear that black already is not going to play g6.
Yeah.
So you want to play queen e5. So it means that black should be slightly better equipped to meet this. Maybe just go back queen d6.
Yeah, queen d6 actually.
Knight e4 or something?
Falls for knight e4. Yeah, maybe first we can take on g7. But anyway, this also works. So many ideas here for
maybe
white.
Queen e7.
After queen e7, we can actually...
No, but I agree. It's very interesting. It definitely deserves attention, and maybe that's what the Lamparty is doing right now. He's considering actually to sacrifice the exchange here. H takes, king takes, and now again use your imagination. Queen e5 is a check with knight e4. Oh my goodness.
Knight e4, bishop c3.
I mean, knight e4 is knight e5. Just to show you some complications, potential complications. I can play knight e4. You have to calculate this. What happens then after bishop c3? Who knows? Knight takes on d5, c4, b takes. Black could also sacrifice a piece. on d5. Because if the knight goes away, there's bishop c3 check. There's all kinds of moves like maybe f5. Try to calculate this. So that's why it's quite understandable that Ilan Party here is thinking.
Yeah, h6 I think I like the most. But after h6, let's take a look at bishop c5 move.
All right, check, yeah. So I guess king, wherever it goes, h2, h1, not sure.
Oh, so good position for one pawn.
Knight e5. By the way, the pawn on a6 is also under attack.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how important is it, but it's there. Yeah, but now White's attack doesn't look so impressive as it was before, right? I mean, maybe it's still great, like h takes on g7 and rook d8. But Black appears to have some sort of a control.
Yeah.
All right. So, okay, I'm going to cheat. Oh, I'm sorry, where was this? Here. I'm going to check what the Silicon Beast says.
Very disappointing.
So h6 is not approved by the engine. And, oh, rook takes on h3 is approved by the engine. I mean, I admire your tactical skills, Keti. I mean, you feel these moments really good. So rook takes on h3, queen e5. I mean, at least a very low depth engine completely supports it.
Yeah.
All right. So super, super exciting game.
Wow, but we can actually tell why h6 is a bad move, because this is a move I would never thought, but it's so simple move.
So here, after e takes on d5, technically, actually, bishop takes on a3 is a mistake.
Yeah,
and Black should have taken knight e5 instead.
Yeah, and after bishop a3, h6, let's make it maybe, the move that Black is here holding the game is bishop b2. It's so simple.
I mean, it's anything but simple, because there's h takes on g7 with knight e4, exchange sacrifices and whatever, but of course...
Bishop is on the right diagonal. We were putting on c5, which was not so...
Okay. I mean, it's easy for the Silicon Beast, yes, but not for us.
Yeah. The thing is, like, I was always like, we check g6, we check bishop c5, knight d5, and it's interesting when you go to the right move, how long it will take for us.
All right, let's continue to observe. Maybe check who we could check. Let's check the fourth board of under 18 section, where is Augusto and Juhász playing against Sebastian Lukáš Kostolansky. Sebastian Lukáš actually is my teammate in Czech Republic. We are playing for the same team, so I met him.
Where he's from?
Slovakia, but we are playing for the same team in the Czech League. Here, Juhász Augusto from Hungary has 3.5 points, so he is one of the 4 players with 3.5 points, and Kostolansky is one of the followers from the large peloton group with 3 points.
Where is the queen, first of all?
It's gone. It's
and
really
where
simple.
is Black's time? 10 minutes
it's gone
for Black.
as well. It's
so many
gone.
things are gone. Oh, wow.
Oh, it appears to be that Kostolansky has been caught in some deep prep here, because you don't easily go for this position with 1 hour and 50 minutes on the clock.
We have to check out where is the queen.
Sacrifice. I mean, this tournament is full with queen sacrifices. All right. Aha, Tamanov. Very topical queen f3. All right. Queen g3, b5. Yeah, I wonder what modern engines are saying about this line. I used to play this something like 5-6 years ago. It used to be quite a big thing, and I think that yes, bishop d2. This is the game, actually, which immediately jumps my mind. This is the game where I played it for the first time against the Frenchman Edouard Roman in one of the French Team Chess Championships. And back in the day, he played bishop d2. It was a novelty, I remember. So he was the first one who played it. And I didn't know this move because bishop g1 is the main move here. And he had the deep think, and he played over the board bishop d2. And I never asked him, was this a preparation or just inspiration over the board? There's a different idea of this move. But okay, let's continue. Observe. Before knight a4, h5, you can't take on e4 because the knight on g4 is hit. It's very sharp, very dynamic line, but Stockfish somehow favors white. Big surprise there. d5, e5, knight e4, takes, h3, knight h6, queen b3. I'm sure this is prep. Bishop d7, bishop b4, rook b8. Oh, you gotta love this, Keti.
Ah, queen was sacrificed like that.
So white sacrificed the queen. So maybe the entire concept for black is a bit flawed. No?
White sacrificed it from capturing the pawn on b4 because from here.
Actually, wait, they're following a game. This is already a game that was played before. Yanni Pomnishi against Alan Pichot. They already played this in 2021, apparently. So they're following analysis. Bishop d6, queen a5, a takes on b3, bishop a4, b takes on f4, queen a4, bishop a3. All of this was played before, and in that game, black played king d7. Very brave move, jumping under the potential x-ray attack and saying, listen, I gotta get out of here and position the king on c8. And Kostolansky instead played queen c4, which the engine hates absolutely. I guess the main reason, Keti, is that the king remains on e8. I think he simply forgot. What was the continuation?
Wow. Also, you know, you have to know this, otherwise king d7 is not a move that you want to play here to fall for some checks.
Let me check if that was the only move according to the engine. Wait.
No, E3
no, it's not the only
better,
move.
actually.
There's also E3. If we can trust engines, low-level evaluation. You know, the viewers, I think we again make a disclaimer here. We are in general not using engines, but in such sharp positions so that we don't spend here half an hour trying to figure out what's going on. We just switch it on, and so that we have some insights what's happening here, because it's very, very difficult to evaluate this. Queen c4, though, it's quite a strange move. It's a very strange move. What does he want? We may never know.
Yeah.
We may never know. I can only assume that Sebastian didn't want to play king d7. I think he saw some ghosts maybe after some, I'm just imagining, like knight e6, king e6, rook d6, king f5. What if there's a mate, somewhere? And especially if your opponent is deeply prepped. But yeah, an e3 is also a very difficult move, and somehow this game is held to equality. Let me just show maybe what is it. It's pretty ridiculous, I think. e3. What's the idea even?
I think you're opening the queen to f4.
You think that's the idea? And if I play something like rook d3, and then play f6. Okay, now the engine changed its mind. Okay, it's very low-level engine here, so we're not going to follow it. What matters is it's sharp, it's opening preparation, and that Kostolansky apparently does not know this game. He is simply mixed up.
Wow, so interesting game. Actually, I would love to analyze this game with the engine and to understand what's going on, because you just give a queen, but it is serious compensation here. You can never castle with the black, and if the only move is king d7, king c8 here to develop your pieces, then it can be a really good position for white.
Yeah, because white has sacrificed the rook and bishop for the queen. I mean, queen for the rook and bishop. So there are some issues. So black might be thinking about f6, king f7, which also is one of the reasons why white wants to position the rook on e4, so that it also is indirectly hitting this e file, should it open. All right, let's continue observe.
I like this move f6, because you have then king f7.
But now there's some issues, I think. With rook e4, it's pretty human though. And maybe now there could be some tricky jumps, like, knight f5, you can't take on e4, that's a fork. And there's some rook d7 stuff and knight e6 stuff. It looks very dangerous.
It looks very rich position, actually, with all these tactics. Arturs, I suggest to go back on the board 3 to check out what was the white's decision. Has he captured? Oh, you ask no more, I'll capture this bishop right away.
You called it.
White says.
You'd call it, Keti. Rook a3 is on the board, and now I think black realizes the danger that is incoming here. So bishop takes an a3 was a bit too much, and perhaps the reason, Keti, why black has not played queen c5 check, he's thinking maybe I should actually,
play before, yeah.
Maybe I should. This was not the plan.
Pretend that I actually plan to do that. Maybe it's not so bad though. After b4, you're getting knight. And this knight was one of the pieces which was creating so much danger on the king side. Let's say rook takes the pawn, yeah?
I mean, I see all kinds of moves. There's knight b5 as well, and then take on b4 with the bishop. There's rook a6. There might be some intermezzo moves here.
d6.
There might be maybe the same h6. So who knows? No, b4 definitely deserves attention. I think that first he needs to calculate what happens after queen c5, queen a3, because here in this position, not to calculate queen c5, queen a3 and suddenly go for b4 would be really strange. But yeah, Keti, you're right. I think take on a3 this definitely deserves attention. Take it and then... Oh wait, but actually black looks more or less fine. The bishop is hit and knight e5 is next. So I was actually thinking something like knight b5 here. Knight b5, hit the queen. If you take on b5, I play bishop b4, hit the rook on b8, f8, my apologies, and then play d6 something. But then again, there's more lines to calculate. Intermezzo, one after another, go figure. All right, what do we do next?
We move forward. This is too much tactics. Yeah, too much tactics. Let's go check it out. Maybe very quickly if we have any results on the top boards.
All right. Since we talked about the open section under 18.
Not really.
Maybe let's have a glimpse at the second board of the open section under 18, where the sole leader, Aram Pasti, one of the leaders, 3 leaders in the older section, is playing against Sion Radamantis Galavis Medina. Black is better, I think. Does bishop on d3? Or maybe it's just equal. Maybe it's just equal. What's the objective evaluation? So Aaron has 50 minutes on the clock. This is definitely a major difference. Not sure what the engine says. Probably equalish something, but somehow I want to give black slightly better because of this passed pawn on c4, which is protected by the bishop. All right, not much is happening here. Let's go for the top board of the open section under 16, where Jan Klimkovsky, will black, top-seeded player, one of the tournament favorites, is playing against Robert Piliposyan. These are the only 2 leaders with the perfect score, 4 points out of 4. b4 is played by Piliposyan. Is this a hidden draw offer? Because there's going to be mass trades incoming. For example, let me just show it. Takes. I guess you have to take. Now the pawn is hit. Not sure, do you take the pawn on e4 or the pawn on b4? Okay, maybe bishop b4. And something like knight e4, knight c6 is incoming. Let's say knight e4, knight c6. Oh, actually it could cost something. For black, the bishop on b4 and rook on b8 are hit. So no knight e4. Still too early to tell. But it has a potential to liquidate into something peaceful. Actually, I checked the engine. The engine says black is so much better. So, engine says Klimkovsky is doing great. Might be.
All right, it's actually an interesting position indeed. Black is in a very deep thought here in this position, and the time is better here for black. Indeed, 27 minutes for white, and still some of the moves, 15 more moves to make here. So we might see here some updates on the clock as well, and more tense situation. Now we're going to take a break, and by the time we're back, Artur, we might already have some of the very sharp position on the top board. So you guys, you don't want to miss this one. This is FIDE World Youth Chess Championship 2023, round 5, and we'll be back shortly.
See you soon.
Coming back at the FIDE World Youth Chess Championship 2023 in Italy. We are Keti and Artur in the studio, and here we have round 5 in progress. So far, one game is down on the top boards, and others are in progress. Arturs, what you can say about round 5, how it's going?
The only thing I regret, Keti, is that we don't have more time to go through the games, because, I mean, the pace, if we compare with the very first rounds, it was much slower. Right now, there's fireworks in every age category. The games are getting more and more interesting. It already feels like, I mean, sort of like the pro level. We see queen sacrifices, we see superb opening preparation, we see dramas, everything you need to spend some quality time here with us. So let's continue. Let's continue to observe what's happening on the top boards. And my suggestion, Keti, is we go right back where we left it to the open section under 16 and start with the board number 2.
Let's do that.
So this is the game where Bennett Hagner is playing against Diego Macias Pinho. Hagner is from Germany, playing versus Spaniard. This was this sharp Sicilian. They played out very originally in the opening phase. Some things clearly have changed, so maybe we are going to go back here. Where was this position last time we left it? Here. It was about here, right? Black played queen c7, we left it. What happened ever since? White played h4, tried to open up the king side. Black responded g4. Makes sense. You don't want to open the king side. This is where your king is, potentially. Bishop e7, knight b3, e5, trying to close the bishop on h2. Again, completely agree. Logical. Long castle, look at that. f4, white decided to rip apart the king side. G takes and passant takes, bishop e6, bishop g1, king b8. And eventually, black was able to play d5. And visually speaking, Keti, I think that black has achieved more.
Yeah, very nice center in this position, and somehow this little moves like d4 now makes quite uncomfortable situation for white to continue to play. Is there a way to maybe capture the pawn on d5 and try to trade some of the pieces?
I have to ask, are you distracted by the concerto it is happening right next to us?
Actually, we can maybe talk a little bit about the playing venue itself, where we are. It's not only the chess tournament which is happening, but we also have a little concert here. Musicians here in this building. We are at Congress Center.
Paladin
Martin, which is the place of many other activities like musicians and sport people are here. So it is like really packed place. A lot of other talented kids in the other segment, and right now next to us we have this
somebody is singing Olivia Rodrigo's Vampire Kid right next to us. I love this song, right? And somebody's really inspired, and we have a hard time to concentrate because it's really nice. It's wonderful. I hope the players are not hearing, and I think they shouldn't be hearing, but this is a wonderful place where the talents from Montesilvano are coming and practicing their art and music. I love this. All right, let's continue. We're just hearing in the background. So, Keti, you said d5. You were suggesting should white respond e takes on d5?
Yeah, because like black's pieces are more active. So how don't we just trade some of them?
I'm not sure. I have a feeling if somebody favors the trade, it's black, because now the c file is open and the black has a super control of what's happening in the center. I was more thinking something like bishop c5, try to close. For example, bishop c5, d4. I think black wants to open up this bishop here on e6, and then, I'm not sure, queen, b4, something. Rook b8, and whatever happens here.
Stays here.
I mean, I love black's position. I think that this bishop on e6 is unequaled here.
So can we maybe check the pawn trade? It's I'm not sure that it's good to keep the pawns. Like take, queen takes, Rook takes.
All right.
And I was actually thinking to push the pawn forward. I don't know how good is this. Yeah, something like that.
Just feels quite suspicious. I don't know, d4 maybe? Very suspicious. I mean, there's bishop c4, a bishop f5. Maybe white already has to sacrifice something. But yeah, I don't know, Keti.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, very difficult here to figure it out how to deal in this position.
Yeah, so anyway, I think that Macias Pinho is doing really well. And Bennett, with the white color, he either has misplayed things. That's what it feels to me. Maybe Engine disagrees. I think black is still play better. Yeah, Engine agrees.
We have the moves. Was that it?
He chose something. He goes for your line, actually. He took on d5. d5, e takes, c takes. There's no joy in Bennett's eyes. He's not very happy, I think. Does not look very happy. But it is what it is. Unfortunately for him, the Vito Lynch line did not really bring the magic it advertises. All right, let's continue to observe. See, so here the ELO favorite from Spain is doing better. And let's move on to the open section number 14, where the sole leader, Pram, is playing against his countryman, Bon. And some things have changed ever since we left it, because remember this pawn on d5? Now it's 2 steps closer to the queen.
Looks better here on d3.
All right. So how did this happen? We left it here. Black played knight f5, bishop e3, queen b6, knight e2, black played d4, trying to get rid of the weakness. Rook e1, white already says, I know I'm worse, because black already can snap on c3 and simply have the better pawn structure. Instead he played aggressive rook d8, knight c4, queen a6, oh no, knight a3. These are not good knights, I have a feeling, Keti. d3, queen e4, and now knight e6 is played. I actually think here, Keti, that the sole leader is really in a great shape to keep scoring more points, because he's the only one with 4 points. And with a great position, although his clock situation could have been better. Yeah, we're looking at the player
here we have
from the white's perspective, I guess.
Trying to focus and to relax at the same time. And queen to e3 has been happened. So he's keeping the chances for knight c5 moves, which attacks the 3 of black pieces. Maybe black has to avoid somehow this threat.
All right. Yeah, also there's a threat of knight c5. Hit the queen. Of course, black strategy could also backfire, so d4, d3 was a very ambitious move. Now the ultimate question, Keti, is it a strength or is it a weakness? I guess it really depends on very specific calculations. I think that this pawn is going to stay there, because I think that if black wants, he can always take on b3. Could be something else as well. Yeah, the big question is, by the way, how do you deal with knight c5? And the clock is ticking for the tournament leader. He knows this is a very important game. Also could be a very principled game playing against his countryman.
Yeah. Yep, I agree with that. Still there is the threat that he has to figure it out here with white. Knight c5 will be the move if you don't control. 18 minutes here for black, and earlier I mentioned that he plays quite fast in most of the games, but this one seems like he converted quite a lot of time here. I don't see any way. Like, I see knight f5 here to attack the queen, but there is no specific way how you can stop queen knight c5.
Can I try to simplify the position with knight c4? I'm not sure I want to, because I kind of like the knight here on a3. I like it there. I don't want to trade it.
Don't.
So,
yeah, I don't like knight. Yeah. Knight a3 is like so limited. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it has no future here. But I mean, I'm still thinking of how to deal with this knight c5, so I'm going to show the idea. It's probably pretty bad, but I'm going to still show it. Knight c4, here, and queen takes on c4. At least I deal with the knight c5 threat. Because now after knight c5, I thought I have something like... Maybe I have nothing. I thought I have d2 something, but then again, yeah, after rook d1, I don't see what's happening, really.
Shall we check out knight f5 move, how white will react in that position?
All right, so here after queen a3, you're suggesting knight f5. Okay, and if I play queen d2? Now what? The question again is, how do you deal with knight c5? Maybe improve the queen. Queen b6 something. Hit the pawn on b3. White could respond with bishop e4. Hit the pawn on d3. Hit the knight on f5. It's very complex.
And he made a move. What is that?
He has chosen something we did not see what he played, but something stands
Knight c4.
on e4. Knight
c4.
c4. So he did play a knight c4. I can absolutely understand his reservations about his move. He was not very happy to trade this poor knight on a3. But then again, sometimes you have to make the moves that you have to make. So here at least the situation slightly clarifies.
He takes with the bishop.
Oh, not with the queen. Takes with the bishop. At least it deals with the knight c5 threat. Now it's no longer hitting the bishop on e6, so this at least makes sense. Well, I guess white can always play knight d2 and be alive. Maybe it's not so clear anymore.
How about we play knight c5 here?
So you want to be ambitious.
And after queen b6 to play b3.
b3 and hit the pawn like this. Makes perfect sense. Wait a second. It's more than that. There might be again a lot of intermezzo moves to calculate. So, okay, for example, I play queen b5, you play b3, and I want to include d2 somewhere. Maybe again it's not going to work. d2, rook d1, and some sort of rook e8 somewhere. I just don't understand what's the order of the moves. Okay, maybe not with the queen on b6. How about I put the queen on b5? Let's put it on b6. You play b3, I play d2 here, and I play rook e8. How about this? Your queen is overloaded, and after queen g5, black is probably winning. So it would seem. How do you feel about this?
I don't feel good.
You don't feel good? But
no.
For white, I assume, yeah?
Yeah. It's getting...
Okay. Maybe knight c5 is too much, yeah?
Maybe knight d2 in this position.
Yeah.
But still, the queen somehow, queen on
By the way, knight d2 already is played. It is already played. And I think that's what Bond here with white is trying to do. He's trying to apply pressure against his opponent, play quickly. He already has figured out that knight c4 most likely will follow. And this could be the moment when he's taking over the game, because his clock situation, I mean, we are not getting the clock here, but he was, there you go. Now it's updated, 27 minutes versus black 16.
And they have to play a lot of other moves, 19 more moves.
21. And that's why here also the pace of the tournament leader increases. He feels he can't afford to be slow. Bishop e6 is responded. And the pawn on d3 remains. All right, let's move on.
And if I play knight b3, well, now what's the...
Oh, you mean it could be a draw offer?
What's the magic?
Maybe it's a hidden draw offer. Black plays bishop e6 and says, listen, I don't mind. Do you want to draw? Maybe. Let's do this right here. Knight b3, bishop c4, knight e2, bishop e6.
There's also bishop f1 move here for white.
But it doesn't threaten anything. That's the point. The pawn on d3 is protected. So maybe I think right now, Keti, white needs to figure out an answer to a very important question. Can he be ambitious? There's a minor difference because look at this. There was a knight on c4. I'm sorry. Here, after knight e2, queen a6, knight b3, who says that black has to play bishop c4? Maybe there's no need to play bishop c4 anymore. So still too early to tell, and while the players are figuring out what to do, where to go, might be a draw here, we don't know. But let's continue to observe and move on to the second board of the open category, open section under 14, where the top seeded player of the event, Sava Vetokhin, representing FIDE, is playing against Stefanos Katsangzoglou from Greece. Black is absolutely, definitely better here, with two bishops and chances to demolish white center. All right, Rook g1 was played by Stefanos. Now the question is how Vetokhin is planning to proceed. And Vetokhin has been really impressive, Keti. So far in this tournament, he has lost half a point, but the way he plays, it's admirable. He has very good opening preparation, very good understanding. I mean, I still remember, Keti, how he found this Zugzwang idea in this Rook game in round 3, was it? Round 3,
and he has a very good technique also, spinning the pawn.
He's a worthy challenger to Boris Gelfand. He might throw him a challenge of in the World Championship of spinning bishops, or whichever piece he's spinning there. And like I already said, there's only one leader, which is the Vietnamese player Pham with 4 points out of 4. And then we have 2, 4, 6, 7, 13 players for 3.5 points. So it's a huge peloton. They're trying to keep up with the leader. And also this is a perfect chance for the tournament ELO favorite to climb back to the leaders. And maybe this is yet another reason for Pham not to agree to a draw, because he knows that Sava is very close with everybody else. And that's why this is the perfect opportunity. Try to break away from the pursuers.
All right, this position is more or less clear. Black is standing here better with pair of bishop. Maybe we can switch to somewhere else.
Yeah, let's go to the girls section. Under 18, top board, Ksenia Balabayeva playing against Yelizaveta Hrebenshikova. And some things have changed, not necessarily in favor for white, if I may say so.
Seems like black just traded the dark square bishops.
Yeah, we left
that
it
was
here.
her idea only, yeah.
Oh, queen f3. That's a move I slightly don't understand where the queen is heading, but all right, it's a move. And knight d2, knight c5, bishop c4. I guess the pawn a4 demands some attention. And now black traded bishops, like you said, bishop g5. You called it. Bishop e3, queen e3, queen g5. Another queen jumps to g5. So two pieces traded through this unusual g5 square. h5. I love this move, trying to fix all the white pawns on the light squares. I mean, look at this, Keti. The bishop on c4, which potentially started to be one of the strongest pieces on the board. Now it has chances to become the worst piece.
Yeah, on the light squares.
All the pawns are on the light square, so I think white has to fix this and play something f4.
Yeah, f4 looks here so tempting. You can do that right away, or maybe you can play first.
d4 is a move. f4 is a move. You choose.
Yeah.
Maybe white is still all right, by the way. Nothing is wrong. She has done nothing wrong. I mean, I'm not sure about this. f3? Ah, wait, f3 she played so that she can continue with d4. Okay, I get it. So it's smart, actually. And now I guess she could continue with d4. And now, whatever happens. Yeah, not sure. Maybe she's calculating some knight a4 stuff. Knight a4, rook a4, and b5. Maybe that's what she's looking at right now. By the way, nice trick. So let's say white accepts and plays rook a1 or rook a2, black plays h4, and she's trying, you know, to have a feeling how this position feels, because maybe it's actually not so great. And it seems that Yelizaveta acknowledges that there's a d4 threat, and she
plays something.
Play knight a4. She, I think, responded with h4, yeah? No?
h4, yeah.
I don't have an update. Yeah, h4 is on the board. Makes sense to fight for the dark squares.
Knight goes on h7 right away.
And now you can play d4. Again, knight a4 is going to be a move.
How about to play f4 here in this position? And like if you take, I take with a knight, you will have problems to...
Oh, that's beautiful.
To hold the pawn on h5. Knight g6 is the move, and then f7 also falls. The rook is hanging, you have to go, and then f7 is captured. And if you play knight a4 here, again...
Yeah, but what about the g4 square now? Again, it's a very responsible decision. Not sure. I mean, there could be some d4. Things can escalate very quickly.
How about we play here knight g3? Bless you. With an idea, Artur, to take on e5. Oh.
Yeah.
Take on e5 right away.
You saw an exchange sacrifice.
No. Rook to f5. Attacking the pawn first.
Not f6. Okay, f5.
There, first there. And then black has to guard it, right?
Yeah. Okay, rook e8.
And now knight g3.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Absolutely makes sense. Also, I think the big idea is knight h5, bishop f7.
But Arturs, and if we go back as well, there's a d4 idea, rook e8. No.
How far? Here? Be specific, please. Where?
Rook e5, rook e8, and d4 here. And this is little sneaky move. If works, knight is hanging. There is a pin. If you take on d4, e4, knight e4, you take on e5, and f7 is a hull.
I love it. I like it. But of course, the big question is how forced is this? So f4 is a very responsible move. It could be also difficult for Ksenia to do this, because she did play f3 to play d4. And since Hrebenshikova allowed d4, it means that she sees there's knight x on f4. So can she move past this first? Evaluate what happens after d4 here, d4 knight x on a4, because this was, I think, her original idea. Now that unexpectedly black has played h5, h5, h4, knight h7, which I don't think was part of her plan. Can she adjust to something else?
She plays something.
So what did she play? Do we have the move? I don't see it from this angle. Could we zoom in? I do see the pawn still on f3. But it's not
d4.
Should be d4. Could we zoom in? There you go. Not sure what
it's d4.
Yeah, the pawn is on d4. Okay.
Yeah, that's actually quite a common thing that when you see one idea, you don't like to change the plan. But to me, here h5 is We're okay. Yeah, let's go for it.
Yeah, let's continue with more games. And my suggestion would be to switch to the second board of Ayan Alakvardieva versus Voroshel, which is the second board of the girls under 18 section. And remember, this was this opening where Ayan showed her amazing preparation, h3, sneaky move in the French with 92 third move. And now that the dust has settled, White has an extra pawn on d6. And I think it's safe to say that the Azerbaijani player is in a very good situation to score a full point over the only woman grandmaster in the field.
Yeah, so the queen is hanging, and the queen just can come back on d5, one move back, keep the pin on rook and the king, guard the pawn, and then just slowly outplay the position. Rook c1, rook c7 will be out there too. Seems like really comfortable position, and she's going for that.
The pawn on d6 is 2 steps away from becoming a queen, and that's why black can't allow it to move any further. I would expect rook d8, rook d1. You can't put this rook on d7, that's a pin, something that doesn't help black. So let's put it maybe on the board. Rook d8 does make sense. Rook d1 also makes sense, and I guess you want to get away from the pin. Here, rook d7, and now the big question.
Rook c7.
Oh dear. No, I think black is just lost here. You can't take on d6, queen of 7, mate. You can't take on c7. Take on d8, and white wins. No, I think it's just winning here, unless somehow Rochelle manages to find a way. But I mean, you can't ignore the pawn on d6.
Yeah, it's extra.
So I don't see what she can do. So far, this is just a stunning game of Alakvardieva, which started with a superb opening preparation, getting the opponent where she wanted. We didn't see what happened in the middle game, and I don't think we're going to go back now. Let's focus on what's at the hand here.
All right, let's go maybe the other position where it's more unclear.
Yeah, so let's go to the girls under 16 category. Remember, the Benko, our spicy discussions with Keti is Benko. Good opening. It's tricky. It's easy. It's not easy to play it out. At a professional level, it is not played very frequently, but I agree with Keti that it tends to be sharp. Here, white is still up a pawn, and I love what Leila is doing here with black. She is finding a way to activate the pieces. I mean, look at these pieces. The bishop on d5. In particular, I like her choice, if you go back a couple of moves here, declining the trade. Because when you are playing from the white side, you want to clarify this situation. You want to trade pieces. This is what you're supposed to do according to the theory of converting material advantage, or at least, to get some clarity. Black plays bishop h6, and she says, no, let's keep the position messy and unclear. And now that I look at this position, I like black. I mean, although I'm pretty sure the engine gives white a solid advantage here, now I'm not so certain anymore how this game is going to finish.
Yep, too many pieces for both sides. Not easy to figure it out. And this can be the cause of burning the time from the clock for both players. White has 13 minutes. Black has 15 minutes and good 19 more moves to play.
This is the potential drama.
Yeah.
I mean, I definitely sense it, drama, even before it has arrived, because, I mean, 30 minutes for 19 moves in an unclear position. This is going to be really, really tricky. But all right, let's look at the situation here and try to imagine what are you playing here if you're playing with white. I mean, you're looking for a clear plan. What do you do here? So here, Alexander just played queen e2 with, I'm not sure what the idea, maybe just reposition the queen away from the d file and see what happens, because black cannot play rook e8. The bishop on b5 conveniently stands on b5. This is also quite a known strategy, because when you sometimes don't know what to do, you just make a good move, pass the ball back to the opponent and say, it's your turn. Now what black is supposed to do? You can't play rook e8. She could play rook d8, but now that the queen is gone, what the rook is doing there? The knight on b4 stands really well. So does the bishop on d5, so does the bishop on h6. So what do? Maybe f6 something? f6, rook f7, rook e7, could this be an idea? Also it closes this annoying diagonal.
Artur, can we see some very sharp continuation here? For instance, knight c6, hitting the bishop on e5, bishop d6 perhaps?
Okay, I'm gonna pretend there's no threat, okay?
No, bishop d6, attacking rook and the pawn.
Okay.
And in this position, I don't know either to include rook e8 or to play knight d4 right away. Maybe rook e8 is a good option here. Queen goes. Oh!
No, I mean it's two rooks, right? I mean you have to check this.
Yeah, I have not seen that coming.
There's even more. There's bishop f8.
Yeah.
That's
okay.
too much.
Okay, not rook e8, then knight d4 perhaps.
Knight what?
Knight d4.
Knight d4. I have no choice. I take it.
You take it and take.
And I.
And take with the bishop back.
Yeah, but
and
you don't have it enough. I think it's already safe to say. But I like the idea, Keti. You said it's knight c6. Maybe there's something. Maybe there's something there. I mean, I like it because it closes this diagonal, gives you access to rook e8, also opens up ideas like knight e4. I know what I said, that the knight on b4 stands beautifully, but maybe that's all it is, just doing nothing. And now after bishop d6, there could be ways to complicate things, but what they are remains to be seen, yeah? Maybe rook d8, bishop c5, and now I need some magical move here.
Do we have the move in this position? Maybe black has played something. Seems that she's more relaxed here with black pieces.
Yeah,
let's try to
seems. Maybe we can zoom in from a better angle and see what is happening, because we're so carried away with the analysis. We did not see. No, knight still stands on b4.
Yeah, it's actually a white's move. Like
Queen b7, bishop d5. Oh, bishop c6 has been played.
Okay.
All right, it also enables black to play rook e8, and if the bishop trade goes through, the pawn on a4 is under attack. By the way, it's a logical move.
And white also played something, queen c4.
Hitting the pawn on c5. Wait.
Bishop b5, bishop d5.
Exactly. Exactly. I start to look at this.
You feel something, yeah?
I mean, I saw first this line, which is by no means forced. It's absolutely not forced. I saw some knight c2 ideas. But then again, I also noticed that this pawn on b5 for white becomes a monster. So whatever white does, rook d1, knight a3, b6, I don't think that black wants to go down this route. This is simply, I think right now, already unstoppable pawn. And also there's the a takes on b5 here, declining the queen trade. And after rook takes an a3, b takes an a3, I don't think this is what black wants to do as well, because it just creates two connected pass pawns at the queen side. So queen c4 is a good move, just in case. Improving the queen, hitting the pawn on c5. In the meantime, we have some results. Which category is this?
The same category and the second board.
That's the game of Chikiao Wang against Ayalo.
How many queens are on the board? 3 queens on the board.
Oh, I think that
like
white won it because there's too many queens for white, yeah?
Yeah.
What was this? So white just pushed forward, black gave a check, realized it's nothing, and after king h2 there's no follow-up, you have no perpetual, and resignation. This means Chikiao scores a point, and what does this mean for the rankings? Which group is this? Girl 16. She is now 4.5 points out of 5. And for the moment becomes the sole leader because the game of Shvedova and Shokhradova, who are the only players with 4 points each, might determine the new leader. So Chukia right now is the leader after round 5.
Very important win here for white. Indeed, let's check out under 14 girls. And here we have this position. Black to move, queen is hanging.
Right. This was the isolated pawn on d5. In the beginning, black did push b5, b4 at some point. And has a rather healthy position. Also moved 25. You see the time trouble is approaching because white has slightly more time on the clock. 50 minutes versus black's almost 10. Although visually, I really like black more somehow. It seems that she has achieved more here. Pawn on d5 is very healthy. Also, black has access to knight e4. The knight on d3 for white is maybe not ideal, although it holds together the pawn on b2. Maybe there's some knight b4 ideas.
There's rook, bishop e7, knight c5 ideas.
Bishop e7 and knight c5. That is interesting. So let's say we play rook e8. Oh wait, I can just take the pawn here.
Yeah.
Take on f6 and take on d5.
That can also do.
Also there's yours knight c5. I'm not sure what it does though, but it's a beautiful knight. All right. Okay, so white has to figure out, can she play bishop e7, snatch the pawn? I have a feeling, Keti, that probably the compensation for black will be good enough, like takes, something like queen d5, with such a powerful bishop, with the pawn on a4 advanced. Black probably is doing all right, although she is down a pawn.
And if black keeps the rook on d-file, rook d7 and knight c5 wins the exchange. So after bishop e7, I think you have to give up the pawn on d5.
Right, fair point. It's very tempting. Maybe this is what the white already has to do.
Oh, actually there is, after bishop e7, there is knight b4 as well. Bishop e7, rook e8 and knight b4.
Knight b4, rook e8. Oh, that's even better. I like it even more. Now bishop f6, knight e5 becomes even more serious. The knight on e5 is such a powerful piece, so let's assume black plays something like queen b7. And... Oi, oi, oi. So bishop f6, bishop f6, knight e5. Watch out for the queen on b7. Maybe Iris made a mistake here. Could it be?
Yeah, black is losing, yeah? You are losing the queen?
Ah. I'm not sure. Am I losing? I can play king g7. Oh, wait,
queen
what
f6.
I'm saying. I thought the bishop of f6 is defended.
Yeah.
So how accurate is this? So bishop e7. What would we say? Rook e8. Knight b4. Maybe queen b7 was a bad move. Let's check this. Queen b7, bishop f6.
You have to take the rook.
The engine says... Oh, wait, there's even queen b4. Yeah, you don't take on f6, even queen b4. Or take on e1 and then play queen b4. Now, black is all right. Okay, we cheated. We looked at it very briefly. What our dearest friend, Silicon Beast, named Stockfish14, has to say in this matter. All right, the game continues. Let's also check the second board, which is Elnaz Kalyak versus Alessia Anatoly. This was this Wesley So's favorite position. White still has the better position. Beautiful bishops, d4, a2. Black is trying to hold on. Anatoly is one of the 3 players with 4 points. Also the previous matchup, Zarina Nurgalieva and Irismo also have 4 points each. So this is essentially a fight for the leadership. And we had this discussion earlier, Keti, about Alessia's performance. She already is gaining whole 100 points from just 4 games. clearly shows that she is a better player than her rating 1756 indicates.
Yeah, White is although struggling on the time a bit because 6 minutes is for next 14 moves, so she has to speed up a little bit here. But it's very comfortable position. H4, H5 is one idea you can deal here in this position. And I'm sure there are more ideas here, for instance, to get the control of C-file.
All right. Now, where do we go from here?
We go back.
Go back.
Maybe on the top board of under 16.
Top board under 16, that was Jan Klimkovsky playing with black against Robert Pilipasyan. Now, after a couple of moves, the black pawn on A5 lives. I would say it's pretty balanced, because White has also achieved something. There's a very strong pawn on E5. Knight on E5 is annoying, although there's no mate threats. You do need to watch out for knight G5, mate on H7, stuff like this. But I don't think that either of the players is going to miss it. The pawn on A5 is not really... Oh wait, it is under attack. There's no back rank issues, not at least in the way how black can exploit it. My estimation, Keti, is that it's quite level. I don't see here Klimkovsky having anything. Not sure. I think visually it is quite level. Let's continue, observe other games. Has there been a change in the second board? Bennett Hagner from Germany playing against the Spaniard Diego Macias Pinho. And those bishops, Keti, are becoming stronger and stronger by the minute. Knight f4 is played, and the last thing White wants to do is take on f4 and open up yet another beast on f6. The rook on h3 is hit. Watch out for e4 ideas, also opening the bishop on f6. So I say that here black already for quite some time has been enjoying a better position. But I think it's going to cost White something. Rook g3, you can take the pawn on h4. If you go away, the pawn on f3 is lost. Looks really bad for the German, who started a very interesting dynamic opening, but somehow his opponent managed to trick him in the complications.
Yeah, very, very tricky. How about knight d5 here? Is there any way White can eliminate some of the pieces?
Your point being knight h3, I take on f6.
Yeah.
And if I take on d5, then there's e4 check threatening.
I see, I see.
Maybe it's nothing. Ah, wait, I can just take the pawn myself, what I'm talking about. There's also
E4.
a pawn. e4 check, king something. Wait, is this actually so clear? There's e3 and... How to stop the pawn? That's the ultimate question. Rook h1 is rook h8. You are going to lose the bishop.
How about king to d1 here? The point is that I want to play c4.
Rook h8. You're losing the bishop. That's a big threat, actually.
Yeah, got it.
So maybe you have to play a bishop g5, but now I saw bishop c3 with d2, e1. And king d1, I have a feeling black is really good here. Like f6, bishop h6, rook g8, rook h1.
And there is, can I suggest a move?
Sure.
There is, after a king, instead of rook g8, here go rook to h8, bishop goes on g7.
Oh, that's even better. Yeah.
And now you play rook h7.
Even e2 check. Somewhere, yeah.
Yeah, First attack the bishop.
Rook g8, rook g3, all kinds of knight f4, e2 ideas. Yeah, I think you're right, Keti. This is brilliant. So apparently, white can't even do this. Okay, maybe the pawn on h6 is not as juicy as it looks. And
bishop c5. And after e4, now king c1. And if you play e3, now c4.
Is this so obvious? Because I still have access to knight f4 stuff, knight e3 stuff. Practically, I think this is losing for white. I mean, I keep finding these ideas for black quite easily, and it's very difficult. I mean, even though the engine maybe, I don't know what the engine says, we're not always checking it out. Right now, we're not using it. Even if the engine says it's somehow holding, it looks very, very difficult here for white. So Bennett has been struggling for most of the game, and Macias
What's the time situation?
is doing well. Yeah, let me check it out. So this is, wait, which is the situation? Here, after knight 4,
Around 15.
Oh, wait,
and
bishop
11.
already stands. It already stands on the board.
Yeah.
So e4 should be. Wait, what? He didn't yet play e4, right? He has some second thoughts. Maybe he's choosing the order of the moves. Maybe rook h8 first, but e4 looks very tempting. Yeah, rook h8, maybe then play e4. That's what Diego is trying to figure out. All right. So looks really great for black.
Can we actually see the engine lines here?
Yeah, engine says e4.
By the way, the game under 14 has finished a second board, and
So that is Sava Vetokin against Kazatsoglu Stefanos. That's the game we looked at briefly, where Sava had those amazing bishops, and we sort of had a feeling it's going to end badly for white. And indeed, it was Vetokin who again showed his superb skill in these positions, and I think he's definitely one of the favorites to win this group. I'm very impressed to see who he's playing so far.
All right, let's take a final look and give the evaluation there in the end, and you can take the break. There
Which game do you
this under 16 second board.
Right.
Let's check what the engine here suggests.
All right, let's follow the engines. All right, so I think we already kind of figured it out. King c1, e3, and what do you do?
c4.
Engine says c4, e2 looks easy, rook h1, knight b4 is very human, maybe king d2 something, knight a, no, it's very bad. Okay, engine says something else here. After knight b4 you should play bishop d2. Bishop d2, knight a2, king c4, knight b4. The pawn on e2 still lives. Maybe, you know, let's not write down Bennett's chances. He's been trying to hold on, but for quite a while, it was the Spaniard who was finding resources, who was feeling this position a bit better. He had a very sharp opening. He managed to trick his opponent, and he is, at the moment, in my eyes, the favorite to win this game. So I think that we are making a break right now.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be back right at the moment when we have the time scramble in all the games. So don't go, guys, anywhere, because some of the games will finish right at the moment we'll be back. See you soon.
See you soon.
The World Youth Chess Championship 2023, we are reaching the place where we have already the time scrambles in all the games. Artur, which is the game you want to first take in the on screen?
That's right, Keti. Let's have a look at one game which I really wanted to see how it's going to finish, and that is the game of the open section under 18, where Ilan Barty was playing against Adit Arfan. Remember this crazy idea of d5 takes on a3. We were looking at this briefly, and the game already has concluded. I just wanted to show how it finished, and then very quickly observe what's happening in some other games before we dive into the time scramble at the top boards. This game finished with rook e8. Black tried to hold on and offer white to take the pawn on g7. Rook e1, a cold move, something I guess Black didn't expect. The pawn on d5 couldn't be taken because rook on e8 is not properly defended. Here, Black played rook c8, and now look at this, Keti. f5. You still can't take the pawn on f5. Rook d8. Black is clueless what to do, and now the move which I really love, queen e5, queen f8, and boom, g6. I mean, essentially fireworks are happening here in Montesilvano. E takes on f5, h takes on g7. Again, you can't take on g7 here because queen e8 is a major threat. Here, Black tried to change the game with queen b4, g takes, queen f5, bishop e4, and this was simply too much for Black, and he had to call it a day.
Wow, nicely done here by White, and it has been a good game how you can actually attack the king. And meanwhile, we have the game done on the first board under 14.
Yeah, maybe
derby of
of
Vietnamese players, and here we can see actually a little bit chat and smile between these two players. That's actually something cute to see, that they during the game they were like so focused, and after the game they are back in normal life. And
that's right. So the pawn on d3 still lives. The players decided that most likely draw is the outcome here, and that means that the second board, Sava Vetokinko, earlier today won the game. He is catching up with the leader, Pkham, now with the black color. So this means that there's no longer anyone in the open section under 14 with a perfect score. Now there's going to be several leaders with 4.5 points out of 5. Maybe now let's go back to the top boards and see what's happening at in those boards. And we are going to start with open section under 18, which is Sion Radamantis with White versus Aram Pasti, the only leader yet with a perfect score in the oldest section with 4 points out of 4.
Right. Although this game has already incremented, Arturs, maybe we can just
it has reached the second time control. You're right. Yeah, they have reached. They have reached the second time control. You're right. Let's move on. Robert Pilipasyan against Jan Klimkovsky, open section under 16, top board here. Wait a second. This game has suddenly become incredibly sharp. What is Klimkovsky's king doing on f6? 4 minutes each. Move 38 with 2 moves to go until the next time control.
Wow, this is very active king indeed, and not a not a good sign for Black. But is it Black has extra piece here? There was
at the moment he has an extra piece.
How did it happen actually, Arturs?
We
maybe
can check
move
it out.
Not too much, maybe just a little bit.
So, knight g5, queen g6, e6 here. The Armenian decided to go aggressive. The knight on c6 doesn't have enough support, so White is sacrificing the knight on g5, and this is what the Pole did. He took the knight on g5. He takes on f7, king f7, queen d5 check. I guess the only move is rook e6, knight d6. The queen on g5 is hanging. This was actually part of a large of fireworks here, Keti. King f6, knight e4 check again, delivering the fork. Here we just saw Black playing rook takes on e4, and I think we can expect
queen e4
already is on the board, and Klimkovsky has to make the fateful 40th move.
Yes, although 5 minutes here, it's plenty of time at this place for one move. But the question is how weak is this king in the center? If Black here jumps this king over on h8 square, it's very good position for black. Two pieces for rook, it's not a bad deal, but first of all, knight is hanging, and second of all, the king is exposed.
Also, the pawn on h7 is under attack. This is something also Klimkovsky needs to understand. Is he the one, the ambitious here? I guess he is. So let's try something like queen c5. After queen c5, you want to calculate things very carefully. For example, what happens after queen f4 check? Where does the king go, right? What happens after queen takes on h7? And I think that also they are already at that age when they have definitely experienced their fair share of mistakes on the 40th move. And I mean, you just feel this extra tension. You know, you have to make this one more move. And, you know, usually it is also a very responsible decision. Okay, sometimes you can make an easy move, but here I think that Klimkovsky realizes this is essentially worth a gold medal decision here, right? So he might become a leader. It's very important to make the right choice. Queen c5 is his choice. All right, let's select another game. While here the players have safely reached the second time control. Let's see what's happening on the second board.
Oh, it's happening actually. It's not our analysis. It's the game they have played.
Oh, pretty good.
Wow.
All right, I think we saw
guessing,
this.
Yeah?
Yeah, we saw this. Rook g8 looks winning now. This is the game of Maciej Pinho against Hagner, where the Spaniard was playing absolutely some stunning chess. And Rook h7, by the way, a move I didn't see, but the threat of e2 is simply too much, and I just don't see any way here for the German to continue. Maybe he has some chances, but again, as Tigran Petrosian, the former world champion, once would say, when you have a difficult position, the bad position keeps producing more bad moves, and it's very difficult to remain objective. And here, unfortunately for Bennett, this is exactly what happened. He was outplayed, and Maciej Pinho uses, again, the opportunity to prove he is one of the tournament favorites. He is in great shape. Right now, I think he expects the game is reaching the logical outcome, and we might see a resignation in a moment. Bishop f8. I think I saw this move executed. Not sure what it changes. Wait, white still lives for the moment because after e2 there's knight e2. But this pawn I think is going to be simply too strong. Now again, it's important to make a very good move. Again, 40th move for black yet. Oh wait, it's already move 41. But I think e2 is a very easy move. So it's safe to say that Maciej Pinho is going to win this game. Let's select more games. By the way,
there is this interesting idea: e2, knight d2, and rook h4.
Rook. Oh, that's beautiful. Rook takes on h4. You can't take it. Black promotes the pawn. What if I play here? Some sort of rook h2 at least. Maybe there's even more. Maybe just knight f4. Knight f4, bishop d6, you play knight g2, take it, background issues. I'm pretty sure there's more than one win, so the Spaniard is going to win this and potentially become one of the leaders, because he is right now with 3.5 points, and it is the top board. Robert Pilipasyan against Jan Klimkovsky, who are the only leaders with 4 points each. They have reached the second time control. Do we select another age group?
Yeah, let's go the live ones.
Let's go to the live games, which is girls under 18 top board. Oh, this is a time scramble here. Ksenia Balabayeva against Yelizaveta Hrebenshikova. The girls who have right now the perfect score, 4 points each. Second board. What?
Black
second board finished in a draw? Oh wow, I'm genuinely surprised. This is something we will check, of course, but I'm really surprised to see that Alla Gvardieva versus Rochelle Wu has finished a draw. She had this extra pawn in the heavy piece and we didn't see any defense. Maybe we missed something. So here Hrebenshikova is in time scramble.
King e7 actually
e7
attacks the pawn on b7 and like forces here Oh, how about knight c5?
Yep. Knight c5 looks very serious, and white is reaching for the move. Is she now? Knight c5, try to dislodge
oh,
it. No, she does not do this. Was knight c5 a move? Maybe it was not. I'm not sure.
The engine says king d6. This is crazy. King d6?
All right, let's follow the live action here. Rook b8, rook b8. What did she play? There was a potential for a drama here. What did she play? I don't see. Knight b6. She wins a pawn. That's a correct idea. Beautiful. But you were saying, Keti, you're saying that here, knight c5 and king d6.
Yeah, and I take the knight. And
maybe c3 is the better move.
no, and you said king d6, yeah? Knight d7 and maybe rook b7, and then you push
I
c3.
so would try play c3 here. c3, knight e7. And apparently c2 loses. So rook
Nice,
b7, knight e5, and c2 probably this knight will be attacked eternally. Rook b3. Okay, it doesn't matter. I mean, this is a time scramble. Let's not follow too much what's not happening here, because here knight b6 is move 39, and I think here Hrebenshikova is in trouble. Balabayeva is pressing for the win. So black already is looking for a way to escape. Knight e5, king something, king, where does it go?
King d7, king c7.
King d7, king c7, might be a draw, but black still needs to win this pawn on b7. Let's select more games. Perhaps the game where we have another time scramble. Look at this, something is happening here in the girls under 16 category. Top board, Alexandra Shvedova versus Leila Shokradova. Who is playing for the win here? I mean, Queen on e2 stands.
And the game seems to be
No, that's not the
ended.
game. That's not the game. That's not the game. Alexandra Shvedova, this is the top board. This we are seeing the second board. No, which board is this? Second board? This is Norgalieva versus Iris Mo. They have finished their game, but right now we are having on the screen the game of Alexandra Shvedova against Leila Shokradova. The two players, top board, girls under 16, where it's one move to play. And for some reason we're missing one more move. It's queen f8 check. Is it? I don't have.
Yeah, queen is on f8.
Queen f8, king h7, and white is the move. This is the current position. It's really wild. What do we make of this? Oh, wait. Oh, wait, you can take on f4, allow black to take on e1 and play king g2, and this pawn promotes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we missed quite a drama before because, I mean, a couple of moves ago, it was not totally clear what was happening here. There's a lot of fireworks here. Knight f7, rook d1, bishop d4, a6. I mean, black was up a piece actually here. And apparently, according to the engine, black was winning here in the time scramble. King g7, a7, knight f4 check, king h1, queen c4, queen e7 check. Oh dear, king h6 was a major mistake by Leila Shokradova. She was winning if she had found the correct move, queen f7. What's the idea? After queen takes on d8, collect the pawn on a7. She missed this from afar. The queen of7 can take the pawn on a7 away. Could have been a completely different result because now black would have had those beautiful knights. Beautiful knight on the 4, bishop on d4. You were right, Keti. Remember, we were having this discussion about the Benko gamut, etc. And Shokradova managed to trick her opponent, but ultimately in the time scramble, she did make the mistake. I didn't notice this. Very difficult move to find, queen f7 and hitting pawn on a7. Instead, she played king h6.
There's also a chance that after queen e2, she stopped here looking for the checks because it took me forever to see queen f8. And if not this check, you are losing here with white. It's a checkmate.
Yeah, but it's very difficult.
Yeah, they have no time, and to see these last moves is always...
I mean, also, for Leila, missing that white can give up the rook on d1.
Yeah.
I mean, this is so easy to miss. King G2 now it's safe. Let's say you play something like Queen A4 check. No, I think this pawn is simply going to promote. What about something like Queen B8?
Yeah.
That's it. I mean, maybe give a check first, then play Queen B8. I'm not sure about the right order moves, and you can see the body language here of Shakradova.
Is there Queen C2
She
somewhere?
knows that there probably was something better.
Queen C2 here?
Queen what?
Yeah.
Okay, the game is maybe not yet over, but it feels that here, Black, despite the fact that she's up a pawn, she's trying to survive.
Yeah, this could be a big upset here for
Could have
Black
been.
player.
I mean, we missed most of the part of this game.
But all these moves are played so nicely by Black, yeah?
Right. Yeah, already here. Yeah, this was part of a larger fireworks. Bishop F3, G takes, Queen D7, Bishop F8. Try to calculate what's happening here. Knight E5, Queen E4, Rook D8. And I think what Shvedova did here, she went for a flawed idea because according to the engine here, she was winning. She was winning right here. And she calculated Knight F7 to be the winning idea, only to blunder Bishop D4. What a horror.
Rook D4 was missed. Bishop D4, I think, was missed.
Yeah, Bishop D4. It's very easy to miss such moves. Yeah, so the D file is now closed. All right, but I mean, ultimately, she was the one having a winning position before, so maybe,
Yeah.
you know, it's only logical that in the end she's rewarded with the winning position, and right now she's also feeling much more relaxed. Yeah, these time scrambles, Keti, they're crazy with her unexpected turn of events, and yeah, unfortunately for somebody, it also means a heartbreak.
Yeah.
That's how it goes, and I think that Lila can't hide her disappointment. Especially, I think after Bishop D4, you could definitely sense that you were very close to win the game, and no, still not. All right, but the game continues. Do we continue to observe more games? But I think the time scramble is over. It should be over. Just to go through once again, let's summarize what's happening at the top boards. So this is the game of the open section under 18, where the only leader remaining with a perfect score, Aaron Pasti, is, I guess, pushing, although I don't see him making any real progress. So I would still say it's balanced against the Galavis Medina. So it could be that after round 5, no player in the oldest category will have a perfect score, which I guess is normal. I guess you got to lose some points at some point. Now there's the top board in the open section under 16. Jan Klimkowski, the Polish young star, is playing against Robert Pilipasyan from Armenia, who plays the second game in a row for white. Yesterday, Pilipasyan beat Axel Bukvaloy in a great game. By the way, who today suffered another loss against my countryman, Arsenis Savicas. I was quite happy to see him scoring, by the way, a victory. We might see him on the top boards tomorrow. Very talented guy. Talk about him. Here, I think Klimkowski is pressing. Is it going to be enough for the victory? I'm not sure.
With this active king has to hide.
Yeah, the king is hiding. Maybe if black trades the queens, the a-pawn could roll forward. If somebody can win this, it's only Klimkowski. I think we can agree on this. White is trying to hold on.
The game has ended. And this is...
Maciej Pinho versus Hagner, yeah? That is the next game I was about to go. And indeed, we predicted every single move here. So after Bishop C5, Knight G2, this is what we had during our analysis for H1. Congratulations to the Spaniard. He moves on to the leader's spot with 4.5 points. Let's continue observe. Then we have the game of Ksenia Balabayeva against Yelizaveta Krebenshikova, girls under 18, where White is trying to figure out how does she capitalize on the extra pawn on b7, but could be simply impossible. Then we have the game of top board under 16, Alexandra Shvedova against Leila Shakradova, where we saw a heartbreak. We saw drama. We missed some of the exciting action in time scramble. But I would like to check this one game. I don't understand what happened in the game of Alakvardieva versus Vorshel. What happened here? Because we left it we left it here. We felt that black is, you know, almost lost. Pawn on d6 is very strong. Queen d5 was played, and we thought rook d1, rook c1, white is going to win this. Yet black managed to escape with the draw. Rook d7, rook d1, rook e6. Wait, how come it's so easy? It was not supposed to be so easy. So if I go here instead, rook goes here, rook d1, and rook e6. I don't follow. What's the big difference? Okay, I'm using engine here. Queen b3.
The pawn on b7 is hanging. You
I think there's more actually than that. There's rook d6, queen d6, and rook e1. And then take on b7 with a check.
That's the point, because you have with the queen on d4, you have queen c4, and you are not winning the pawn. Here, queen d4 has been
queen
played.
d4, here, here, here.
You can play queen c4, but the pawn is not hanging.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so it's not queen d4, but queen d3 was the right move.
That's very important detail, and very easy to miss, actually, queen d3, queen d4.
By the way, engine still says white is winning this. Not rook e1, though, but rook d1.
Yeah.
Activating the rook, but of course giving a threat here on the pin is very...
And now she plays queen b3. She needed this queen b3 head to be
I think
there.
maybe from afar she missed this move b5. All of this was played in a time scramble. So it's very easy to misplay this thing. I mean, if you go back here, to understand that you had to play not queen d4 but queen d3, it's very difficult, especially if you don't see this idea that you have to play queen b3 and hit the pawn on b7. All right. By the way, we are getting a word that apparently Montesilvano has been hit by a huge storm outside. I'm not sure if the players can hear it, but you know, I have played in tournaments when there's a storm outside, you can hear actually the winds whistling and hitting the storm.
I was so scared of that, actually. I was always sitting with a distance. Like, I usually like to sit very close to the table, and I was sitting in the distance that if something happens, I knew that I had to go under table, so nothing will fall on my head. It was so stressful, so stressful. We were playing in the tent, actually. It was very nice tournament in summer, and then storm just started out of nowhere.
All right. All right, so that now that the second time control has finished, I think it's a good idea for us to make a short break. We are going to have a guest here with us in the studio, so the viewers, hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. Don't go anywhere. Come back with a cup of coffee. We'll be back in several minutes with an interview with one of the winners of this round. Take care, see you soon. And we'll be back.
Welcome back, everyone. This is FIDE World U16 Championship 2023, and I'm here in the studio with a guest, Diego Matias Pino. Welcome and congratulations for an amazing victory.
Thank you very much.
Let's bring up the chat board on the screen and we can analyze a little bit your position and to stop at the key points. My first question would be here at this point when your opponent played bishop to b5 here after this move. What do you think about this move and what was your reaction when you saw that?
I knew that move, but he always played queen d3 and I prepared another line, but against bishop b5, I remember a line that was an endgame, I think bishop d7, queen d3, and I only remember that was an endgame and I didn't want it. And against bishop b5, bishop d7, queen d3, h6, I remember this idea with g5 and knight a5, which was tricky because the most player here, knight e5, and was advantage for black. But I don't know if he knew it. And then I think that I'm worse. Here, I don't think that I think that he must have the knight on d4 because I can't play e5 to knight f5.
Right.
And here I was happy then on e5, but wasn't easy. And I think that here I am very well.
Yeah, at this point we felt when we were analyzing that you were already so comfortable in this position and you are the one actually who is trying here to push. What was your evaluation at this point?
I should be +1 for me or something like this. But I think that this idea is very interesting because if I take, he takes with b and then maybe can play sometimes f4 and isn't easy to continue because always my pawn is bad and it's very weak. But I think that this idea it's very good.
Right. There was a lot of tactics here in this position, and
yes.
Is it already at this point winning for you?
I don't know. I'm not sure, but I think that here or better, here he must take, and I don't know if I'm winning or no, but I will push the game. And this I think it's losing very fast.
Yeah.
And mate with rook h1.
Yeah, it was a very smooth game and nicely done by you. Tomorrow there will be another round and then you will have the rest day. If you can tell us how your day looks here besides the playing itself, what's your preparation, if you have any other activities with your friends, how do you just spend time here?
Sometimes I play football in the morning and I take a rest during the day to be ready to the round.
To the round, right. And if you can tell us a little bit about yourself, you are international master. Do you have any grandmaster norms?
I made one in Sans, but I'm international master, but I'm waiting for have the title.
Okay. And what is your just general thought about this tournament? How are you happy to be here, and how your tournament goes so far?
Yes, it's going very well, and I'm happy with how I'm playing.
Right. Thank you so much for coming here and show us this game and to share your opinion about this game. I wish you good luck tomorrow and also to spend a good time here with your friends.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, guys. We're going to take now a very short break and we'll come back with more games. Coming back at the FIDE World Youth Championship 2023, we are having very last part of a day of round 5, and we are going to cover more games. Keti and Artur in the studio. Artur, what is our next game that we're going to check?
Yeah, I think we also have to check what's happening on not only on the top boards but below, because not only the leaders are sometimes playing on top 2 boards, some of the age groups have a larger peloton to follow. So my suggestion, Keti, is now let's head to the open section under 18 and see what is still being played on right now. And the game I'm looking at the moment is the game of Emin Ohanyan, who was our guest here in the studio a couple of days ago against Alexander Baranchuk. So here Black is down an exchange, and the only question is, can White make any progress? Could be actually pretty tricky, because I'm seeing that there are these pawns on f4, h4 on the color of Black's bishop. So if you want to advance the king further, you need to make sure that your pawns are not under attack. So something like going the very long way to d7 could be pretty difficult to achieve. Maybe this is still somehow winning, because let's say if I manage to get the h pawn traded and push a5, this would win the pawn on e6, but this could turn out to be a very interesting theoretical struggle. And here you're seeing the players, thanks to our amazing crew from European Chess TV, they have found these players. This is board number 6 in the open section under 18. By the way, giving you an update what happened in the higher boards, Ilan Barty beat his opponent Arfan in a very exciting game. This, I think we already mentioned. 4th board, Augustin beat Kostolansky, the spectacular queen sacrifice, which was still part of the prep, where the young Slovakian player did not remember his opening prep. The top seeded player, Volodar Murzin, representing FIDE, has been victorious with the black color, and this means he is climbing closer to the leaders.
Yeah, and talking about this endgame, it also looks to me that it will be very difficult for White here to prove that he's winning, as the bishop hits the pawns on f4 and h4, and White has not enough resources to attack and guard the pawns at the same time.
That's right. But yeah, still, Black has to lead a pretty long and tough defense. Looks drawish, but we might also see White squeeze out something. Let's head on to the open section under 16. And the top boards, starting from board number 3, have finished. Eric Gasparian beat Rajat Makar. That's the game we did not follow. Also, the Polish player Jakub Seaman beat Borman Lawrence. 2 victories with the white color. And then the 5th board, the game we are right now having on the screen, that is the young Finnish talent Aku Salonen playing against Leonardo Costa.
Yeah, Artur, I see now the results, and most of the categories we have decisive results today as well. It's not that
no prisoners.
We have draws all the time. Always one of the side wins. That shows how much they all want to win this competition.
That's right. So Leonardo Costa, I remember this name. He is a big talent from Germany. These players right now have 3.5 points out of 4. And wasn't he the one who beat Shirov some time ago? I somehow remember his name associated with Shirov. He did something spectacular. I think he outplayed him like a year or 2 years ago. I mean, already then, right? So yeah, it just shows his amazing talent from Germany. He is. So here, Aku Salonen is trying to hold on. Looks pretty hopeless, to be honest, for the young Finn, because these double pawns at the king set don't matter, and Black is just thinking about the correct way to play c5, c4, and here you see the young German is in a deep thought, trying to figure out what's the most precise way, because if he starts it the wrong way, then he needs to watch out for some perpetual checks. Also, he needs to assess, for example, properly what happens. For example, let me just show some random line. What happens after queen f5? Can he go here? Because despite the fact that white seemingly doesn't want to trade the queens, this position might prove to be unwinnable. Because eventually the black king cannot make any progress, because the f-pawn will prove to be unstoppable. So, yeah, of course, these are very strong pawns, but there might be no progress. And this is the position which requires a very high precision. And we just saw the young German talent playing something else, h6, a quiet move, pass the ball back to the opponent, and try to figure out the details later.
Arturs, I was thinking about this endgame, what you just showed. And yeah, it can also even come here after this one. But let's see. Queen takes, queen takes.
Yeah.
Queen takes, pawn takes, king goes on f6, g4, king e5, king e2, and let's say c4. And how about we push here d3?
Yeah, I mean, you have to calculate things very precisely. Yeah, king d3.
Yeah, king d5 perhaps, or h6.
King d5, I go here, king d4.
d4.
Now you're entering a no return moment.
Yes.
f6.
And
Could be incredibly tricky. Which king d1, king c1, king d1?
Let's say king c1 first. After king c1, king e3, f7, king e2. Is there something? Check, queen. Check.
I mean, at least white lives. So both players have promoted, but white lives for the moment. Again, it just shows the complexities of this line here that black has to navigate. I mean, white has no choice anyway. I think he's going to try this. So for Salonen, this is going to be an easy choice because he has no time to think about, is this winning or is this losing? His position is seemingly strategically lost anyway, so what can he lose? There's nothing he can lose, and I think we could see something like queen f5 to be played. The question is how situation changes after h6. We just saw the young Finn executing a move on the board. I do not see what it is, and we unfortunately can't get a better angle. This is already as good as it is. It's going to be fun to follow this game as well. I also want to give an update for the Latvian fans who are watching, which I already mentioned, and maybe bad news for Norwegians, that our young talent Arsenis Savicevs beat Axel Bukvaloi. This is the fine position. In the breaks, I was very quickly strolling through the game of Arsenis, and I'm sure we are going to get to see him tomorrow because I can definitely tell you he is vastly underrated. His rating is like, I don't know what's his rating actually, let me check it. 2169. I think Keti, he already plays at least 2350. And he has beaten 2 or 3 players 2300, and now he takes down the third-seeded Axel Bukvaloi with the black color, inflicting him a second loss in a row. So I think that tomorrow we are going to definitely see Arsenis in action. And,
probably he already wins here a lot of rating points as well.
I mean, sure, I think he's already like, his performance like 2500 here. Very interesting player to follow. Unfortunately for Kvaloi, this is a major loss for one of the tournament pre-tournament favorites, but of course it's still not over. Let's continue to observe. Move on to the category open section under 14, where some of the boards have finished. For example, Magnus Ermich versus Pavel Sawinski is a draw. Also, Arun Dakshin versus Rustam Rustamov is also a draw. Now the game we have here on the screen is the board number 5, Nicolas Perosa versus David Nuno Farias. White is
this game is suspiciously middle game with a normal time on the clock. A lot of pieces. The other games are almost off the board, all the pieces, but they are playing a bit slow.
I love these outfits, right? For example, here we are seeing black as the Portuguese outfit, right? And I think it also makes sort of
increase some of the pride, you know, you're
yeah,
playing
I mean
for
the
your
national pride, the team spirit, etc. And I've always, to be honest, I've always felt I'm more elated to play some very good chess when we're wearing uniforms, when we're wearing national colors. It always feels a bit special. You're part of a team.
Yeah.
Right. So it's not just you come to a game in a T-shirt or you're properly dressed.
And also
it's completely different.
Interesting how you are getting these T-shirts. For instance, in Georgia, we were getting these like as a special ceremony. It was not just like they were sending the T-shirts, but they were inviting all the kids who were representing the country, and they were giving us this and making photos. And it was a special ceremony, as I remember, and somehow you're very proud of that.
That's right. Right, and here I think that White is trying to figure out where's his advantage. I think White is better here because the bishop on d5 has my admiration, Keti. It is incredibly strong, hitting the pawns at f7 and b7, which are protected. So David Nuno here is holding on, and you can see he has grabbed his head. Oh, sorry, it's not him, but Nicholas, who has grabbed his head here from the white color, apparently trying to figure out how is he gonna try to crash through Black's defenses. So we are going to use this opportunity to move on to another age category. And, oh wow, that is the girls under 18, board number 4, where Anna Zhurova is playing against Hong Yong-Nguyen. And it's something really wild. Top board, board number 3, Martina Vikar was victorious over Patrice Naimanova. Also, we have draw between Vesta Michelic, Long Hong to Lin, and also Patil Pagashri beating Anna Voriskova. Those are the results. Everybody else is playing on the top boards with the girls under 18.
Yeah, and very interesting position. White decided it was time to give up the knight for the pawn, but Arturs after knight takes now back on g2. How about queen b7? And I have my own plans here. I want to push the pawn.
My first impression, White is winning, probably. So you can't obviously take on b7. This would prove the pawn to be unstoppable.
Yeah, you probably have to go queen f4, queen e5 to hit the pawn on e4.
Yeah,
and White plays...
unhittable.
White can play actually queen c7 first check, and then c7 or c7 right away. It really depends where you want to have this queen.
Yeah, but it's already protected. I mean, after c7.
That's what I said.
Yeah. Yeah, so it seems that the only...
we have agreement, I guess, with that.
The only thing how Black can deliver perpetually is get the queen on f1, queen f1, queen c4, queen f1, but how do you get on f1? I don't see this, so it appears that queen visually, I think Anna Zhurova is just winning this. Yeah, so not sure what here Black can do. So despite the fact that Black has an extra piece, Anna is looking better. Let's check board number 5, where we have Batarden Mongonzol playing against Anna Petruchenko. That is, I believe, the next board, so they play next to each other.
Check, check, check.
A lot of checks, yeah. There's so many moves to make. Probably not here. It allows knight f7.
Wow, that was such a big enter in the playing venue. Have you seen it?
No.
We just flew all the way to the playing venue to that board.
I think our operators show how far the zoom goes. It goes really, really far.
Wow,
I mean,
there was a nice play.
I mean, tell me, what is this technology? I want it.
Wow, that was so impressive to jump all over the whole playing venue and go to the board.
Who's playing here for the win, by the way? I mean, I'm not sure, because Black also can be ambitious with king d3 or king b3, push forward the c pawn. White has the extra pawn on g3, but it might be not enough, so it's going to be a pawn race right here. Knight f7, yes, I think White needs to remind Black that my pawn belongs somewhere further than it is.
Oh, it's actually very interesting, Arturs. Now the bishop is hanging, yeah? And for instance, if we play bishop somewhere like d4, I play e5 to lock this bishop, and then I can play bishop d4.
Oh, you want to play bishop d4. Okay. I thought bishop g7 is more modest. All right. Bishop d4, e5. King d5.
No, I forgot what I was saying. Anyway.
Yeah, it could be equal still because black maybe is not going to enter the pawn endgame. For example, king f3. This looks quite risky because white has a chance to organize an outside pass pawn. I mean, not organized, the pawn already is here. So I was thinking maybe here black instead plays king e6, collects the pawn on e5, and in the meantime white tries to do something here at the queen side. Could be a highly interesting theoretical endgame. We are going to try to keep an eye on it. Let's continue to observe. Move on to the next stage category. Girls under 16. And some of the leading boards got finished. The game... Oh, sorry, I moved away from it. The game in question is Daria Bondar against Shimeng Zhu. I guess black is winning, but again, could be very tricky. I mean, you see very far advanced pawns at the queen side. So, all right, it's going to be interesting. Just to read out you some of the results from the top boards of the girls under 16 category, starting board number 3. Alua Nurmanova beat Kusla Nerdenbayer. Katerina Bratigam lost against Maria Sekanska. And another Latvian player, Agnesa Teravatesyan, our reigning European champion, made yet another draw with a white color.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, let's move on to the girls under 14 category.
Ooh, look at this situation. It's a checkmate, actually, right? Soon to be.
That is the final move, knight h2. The knights on the rim are dim, except when they are delivering the killing blow. The point is king f2, queen x and f4, and there is most likely a mate incoming. So Anna Shukman beats Iris Charletta. Second board also, Božena Pidubna beat Mari Agamiradova. And the fifth board, Anastasia Kitaze was victorious over Aijan Sezbekova. That being said, Keti, I think that we are now going to go back to the leading boards and see what it's going to bring us. Are we going to see a sole leader in the open section under 18, or is it going to be a split lead?
Yeah, that's a good question indeed here. So if Aron Pasti wins this game, then he will take the leader's position, sole leader's position. But we have this position for a long time already. And seems like Black's idea here is to bring it down to minutes and then to push something. He sounds better, just a bit better, but I don't know if it's enough.
White is already happy with a draw. I mean, you can see the last moves of white player from Mexico. So he already played a couple of times. Bishop c3, bishop d4, bishop c3. I can't make any progress, can you? And that now is the question to Aron. He wants to continue. He is the sole leader. If he draws, he's going to join Aldiyar Ansat and Alexei Grebnev, who also have finished their game in a draw, and they have right now 4.5 points out of 5. Then we have Ilan Party with 4.5 points. Also, Agoston Juhasz, 4.5 points. So it's going to be a larger group, and I think that Pasti here wants to use this opportunity to run away from the peloton and do something here, because this extra 20 minutes something on the clock is going to account for something. The question is there anything to be done? All right, while he's trying to figure it out, let's have a look at the top board of the Open Section Under 16. This very critical game between the only two leaders, Robert Pilipasyan against Jan Klimkovsky. This is where the young Pole is trying to press. The question is it enough?
That's indeed a question to be asked here. And Arturs, I'm thinking, how about knight d3 here? How serious it is?
Knight d3?
But I think we have different position. Maybe we can zoom a little bit.
All right,
Seems
let's zoom it in and see what's happening here. Oh wait, the queen already stands on a5. Pawn a4, queen a5. The pawn lives. Actually, I think that here Klimkovsky has made a progress, and also Robert's clock is showing some signs of trouble. 6 minutes, he's not sure how to draw this.
I'm thinking about bishop c5 here in this position. To look for f2 pawn. Knight c3 is a threat.
I like it. The question is what happens with your king, because if you retract the bishop from your king, you need to account for some counter issues like bishop c5. What about queen d8? If you play king g7, what about some rook d1 ideas with rook d7? Which, by the way, also stops knight d3.
There was actually rook e7 move there.
Oh, that's cute. Okay. Yeah, it hits the king, hits the knight, and probably it's already drawish. So that's why it's not so simple. Also for Klimkovsky, who has to figure out, maybe there's no progress, maybe there's knight e3. Maybe it is knight e3 actually. All right, I cheated a bit. I switched on the engine. Knight e3, engine says black is winning. And why? Because white doesn't have a satisfactory response. So what could be the human move here, Keti? What would you play? I mean, knight e3 is very human. It's very logical. Rook e3? Rook something.
I think I would keep the rook on the first rank.
Rook a1? Makes sense, yeah?
Yeah.
Rook a1. So knight f4. Oh, mate ideas here. How do you defend? I guess you have to play f3.
f3 it is.
Very human. And there you go. There's the queen trade, I think. So, there's even something better. Oh my goodness, queen c2. This is really big. I was actually thinking even queen c5 might be winning.
Yeah,
queen
I think
c5,
it is.
take, a3, bring the knight closer.
Yeah, it
this
is
is dream for black. Wait,
But queen c2 is better.
oh, this looks really good then. Once again, so knight d3, very human move, and I can literally sense Klimkovsky's gaze at the knight. He is right now looking at this. And in the meantime, Pilipasyan's body language looks a bit resignated there.
All right. I actually suggest to zoom on the board, on the video, so we can check out this moment. Let's have a full screen on the video.
And Jan Klimkovsky is probably one of the finest young talents that Poland has recently produced, and we talked the other day about, there you go, 93 is about to be played, and this could be a major announcement to win the game. We talked about the Polish chess, Keti, right? That Polish chess has been thriving lately with some impressive results, and I guess this is the result of the next generation being grown by the coaching of the first generation's grandmasters, players like Bartosz Soczko, for example, who used to be one of the very first strong grandmasters.
Yeah.
Now a very famous coach, has coached so many students. And of course, everybody knew back in the day Radoslaw Wojtaszek, who became the first Polish, I mean, in the modern years, super grandmaster. Then Jan Krzysztof Duda. has emerged. So Poland keeps producing a lot of chess talent.
And besides that, actually, the country itself hosts a lot of world-level tournaments, which attracts the spectators, young kids, and Arturs. And there are tournaments that of chess tournaments actually that organizers cannot afford so many spectators. They are just sometimes sitting on the steps. There are not enough seats for them to sit and observe the game. So this is something very special, and people in Poland actually love chess very much. And those are the moves that we had on the board. We predicted that rook will go on a4.
Oh,
Queen
Queen G5.
f4, attacking the pawn on g2, and Queen g5 is the way how White decided to guard the pawn on g2.
White found a way to keep the game going. This is a move we did not see. We only saw f3 and then Queen c5 or Queen c2. So yeah, Queen g5 makes quite a bit sense, of course. White complicates the game, tries to complicate a bit. I think now some centralizing move like Queen e4 or a3 drops the knight. I guess Queen e4 makes absolutely perfect sense. So look at this beautiful harmony of the pieces. And now there might be threats like, by the way, h6, I think it's the next move. You can't play Queen g4 because it drops the queen with knight e2 check. So most likely White has to dodge it with something like King h2, go away from these checks. And even the simple a3, I think that Black is easily winning this, right? This pawn is going further, and the queen on g5 now is busy taking care of the checkmate threats. So I think what we're witnessing here is the only player so far, at least in the open section, who is about to merge with 5 out of 5.
Yeah, and also the body language here tells a lot. Here White sits with his hands crossed. And
he's reaching for the queen on Queen e4.
And Jan is more in attacking spirit. Oh no, actually it's for Robert it's also quite long game. He did a great job, and he found this sacrifice to complicate the position even further.
And yet somehow it was the Pole who was the better, right? I mean, it was amazing. I mean, this entire sequence, if we may, I mean, again, let's go back here because I'm pretty sure we're seeing the final moves here. This critical moment when under a serious pressure here, the Armenian decide to change the course of the game. Was this necessary? We do not know. But here he played a very interesting knight g5 idea. Try to hit with the mate threat. It's so tempting. You can't blame him for going here. Queen g6, e6. He felt he can go after the knight on c6. Queen takes on g5. Now e takes on f7. Queen d5. There's all kinds of tactical motives. And I can only assume that it was the young Pole who correctly calculated things out in the end, and now this position was ultimately too difficult for the Armenian to hold.
Yep, and the current position is quite tough quite tough for White to hold because Black's threats are very simple. Pawn is already on a3. Every piece of
H1, sorry.
Every piece of Black are guarding each other.
This is the actual position. Klimkovsky looks very confident. Queen g3. What else? We might see a very rapid end of the game here. So the position already feels to be technically winning. All that's necessary is this one final shot. The question is, where is it? It seems that Klimkovsky already has made up his mind. Can he play something like bishop g7 here? I'm wondering. Engine hates it. I was wondering if there's something like rook a3, check here, and knight e2, but of course I'm leaving my king unattended. I can't do this, yeah, I was looking for some checks on g1, try to attack the queen. Okay, this is probably not very responsible. All right. Pretty sure that Klimkovsky is going to win this. It might take him some time. He has 11 minutes on the clock versus 6 of Armenians. Might still take some time. Let's use this opportunity and see what else is happening here. Also, the game of Ksenia Balabayeva versus Yelizaveta Khrebenchikova, top board of the girls under 18 section. The game is a total desert. There's nothing happening here. All the pawns will be traded, most likely, unless it is Yelizaveta who actually needs to be a bit careful, because I think the pawn endgames do not favor her. I'm not sure how can I show this. For example, this position. If we remove the knights and white runs around, if somebody can win this, it's only white. But yeah,
actually, that's a good point. How about h6 here?
Yeah, I guess you have to try. Yeah, I mean, what else?
To create passed pawn.
h6, and now I'm gonna position the knight on e6 something. Or maybe actually it's not so dry. Let's say you can't play knight f6, obviously. Let's say king f3. Knight, oh wait. Knight f8, knight f6, king h8. It's actually pretty tricky still. Although knight e6 appears to save the day.
Yeah, but how about we stop knight e6 happening? Like if we go back.
Yeah.
King h8 here.
But I don't want to do nothing. I want to do something. Maybe there is nothing. I'm not sure. Wait, there's knight c5, knight e6. Also this maneuver. Hit the pawn again from a different side.
There's knight c7. Instead of that, knight f8 actually makes a lot of sense, because then you go knight h7 too.
Oh.
Yeah, this seems...
You're very tricky, Keti. All right, so actually it's a big decision here for Ksenia. Accept a draw or keep fighting chances. You can see that Yelizaveta seems to be quite tired. I mean, it's been a long day, actually.
It has been a really long day, and also yesterday she had quite a match. Her opponent just lost in the very end game, so she had to play long game yesterday as well. Last two remaining boards on the top boards. Let's go back to the boys under 16. This is the game.
This is the game of the round.
Interesting.
Yeah, open under 16. Only 2 players with the perfect score. They're playing right now, right here. If Klimkovsky wins this, he will be the sole leader, and then I'm not sure who he might get paired against, because I mean, a lot of players won their games with 3.5 points, and now they're 4.5 points. If I remember correctly, they were Eric Gasparian from Armenia, another Armenian player. Might be looking for revenge for his countryman's loss, if this indeed happens. Then Jakob Seaman, also 4.5 points. Mm-hmm. Also, Leonardo Costa, did he win his game, by the way? We didn't check yet, might be following. And also, my countryman, Arsenij Savicas, with 4.5 points. It's going to be very, very narrow.
Very interesting last round before the break. They have the day off. How about queen e5 here? Can black consider to play that move?
Oh, kill off the queens. Yeah, it's definitely a move. Looks very logical. You can see the resignation in the face of the Armenian. He has done everything he could have. But some things sometimes are not meant to be. And he's just waiting. Yeah, you see, he knows he's lost, and there's no illusions for him.
Yeah, this is the moments when you think what I could do better, where I made a mistake. Oh.
All right, we saw another move, queen d4, hitting the rook at a1 and a pawn here. Also, it enables bishop d6.
Yeah, black wants actually to win this on spot. Queen d4 sounds like a
rook a2 makes
threat.
Sense, I think.
Rook a2.
Rook a2, and then
bishop d6.
Yeah, bishop d6, I think. So the question is how long Pilipasyan is gonna Keep pushing. I think he actually now he's dreaming about the scenario. Let's say there was a moment before I wanted to mention this. He's dreaming about a scenario when he could give up the rook for the bishop, take on a3, and do not blunder the mate. Then he might still stand a chance. Like, I mean, probably lost, of course. I mean, 3 pawns versus 2, you know, try to build some kind of a fortress. But Klimkovsky is not even giving him even this chance. Beautifully centralized pieces. The queen on d4, knight on d3, textbook conversion here. H takes on g6 cannot be played. Rook on a1 drops with a check. Rook a2, by the way, what happens after rook a2? Where's the
Bishop d6.
Bishop d6. Yeah, is there something cleaner?
Yeah, no, bishop d6, queen goes...
Oh, even on.
Can we see bishop d6?
I'm sorry?
Can we see bishop d6?
Yeah.
And here the point is that, for instance, queen to g5 or whatever. Not g4.
You want to give a mate, yeah?
Yeah, knight f2 and queen to d1 is a checkmate.
That is a beautiful idea. We just saw a move being played. Oh no, wait, still Pilipasyan is making his choice. Pondering whether to resign or pick up a move, which might give him at least some theoretical chances. Rook a2 is played. Now I think the next move should respond very quickly. This is something that Jan expected. I don't think he wants to go knight c1. Oh wait, knight c1 also. Yeah, there's anything wins. I mean, knight c1 maybe prolongs the game too much because this pawn is rolling forward. For example, rook a3, you can even give you a check here, or maybe first collect a piece, take it here, give you a check, give you a check, give you a check, but there's a very minor scenario you're going to miss a perpetual somehow, yeah? So you just don't want to enter this. I usually tell to my students, when you are winning position, you're dominating, no fun in business. You try to get it as clean as possible. No element for a chance. So bishop d6, I supported Keti fully. Queen g4 is impossible. Queen f3.
Queen h4.
Queen h4, queen h2, queen h1, and probably there's going to be some fork in the end. So could as well be the final move.
Nicely done here by Jan Klimkovsky.
A beautiful
It's
game.
another very impressive game, actually. It's not the first game. Wow.
So he does play knight c1. Okay. So Jan has figured out something else. Ah, wait, what? Is there maybe...
Rook a3, queen d1,
he
king
wins the
h2,
queen.
and bishop d6.
He wins the queen. Yeah, this is beautiful. I mean...
But there is a 4 there.
check and bishop d6. Oh, wait, there's a 4 though. Now after knight c1, something else was played. H takes on g6. No, there's no perpetual. I mean, you can safely take on a2.
Queen d1? Queen
What?
d1 check.
Yeah?
King h2, queen h5, king g1, knight...
There's no knight e2 check. Rook on a2 covers it, but why complicate? Why complicate? I think I understand what he wants. After knight x on a2, there's queen b3 check. Look at this. Look at this. After king h8, queen f7. But okay, queen g7 is safe enough. No tricks are going to save white, but at least we understand why Pilipasyan is doing what he's doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Jan is slightly nervous.
Yeah, I think knight c1 was a bit of move that he wants to take it back.
Right. I'm pretty sure he missed the queen b3 check, but again, I don't think it's a big deal. Yeah, when you miss something, you become nervous a bit. Yeah, this is something that he didn't anticipate, even though, I mean, probably before he played knight c1, he was like, you know, saying to himself, I mean, double check, double check, double check. Don't do anything stupid. I mean, double check, double check. I need to miss it, you know?
Yeah.
That's a bit unpleasant. But then, I guess, you calm down, you calculate, okay, I'm still winning. Can we look at this position what happens after this knight c1 and rook takes on a3? What was the winning idea here? There's probably more than one. It's just a check. You had a right idea, Keti. Queen h5, king g1 now would be a fork on e2, and after queen h5, now you collect the rook at a3.
Yeah, maybe he was going for this one, yeah?
Right.
And we have a check on the board, queen to d1.
Let me find it. So h takes on g6, check on d1, king h2. So what changes? Bishop d6. Does he want this check? Queen h5 check, king g1. I think he's just gonna take on g6. Did he repeat the position a couple of times? I think he did. Not sure why. I think this is good enough. I mean, just take on g6. Oh, wait, there's rook takes on a3. Oh, whoa. Is this something he missed?
Knight e2.
Knight e2. Check this out, Keti. Knight e2 check, king h2. Oh, king, where do you go? King f1. Wait, it's a draw. Is it a draw, actually? Oh, sorry, what I'm doing. Knight g3, rook g3. So we're seeing some ghosts here. Just a second. Okay.
No, you keep the g pawn, yeah?
Yeah, and then you play king f7 and you win.
Yeah.
Okay, this is cute. But okay, it didn't happen.
That is actually tricky.
Yeah, we see some checks. Yeah, there's the resignation. Doesn't matter. Klimkowski figured it out.
What was the moves, actually?
Yeah, I have a hard time to figure out. I lost.
Wow, Klimkowski is
live
the
moves.
sole
They are,
leader
really.
actually in the open section under 16. But he's not only the sole leader, he actually shows a great technique in all the games.
Let me refresh this board because I otherwise can't get it. There's so much analysis. So what we didn't see was these couple of checks here. I think that Klimkowski got a bit nervous. Queen g6, rook a3, suddenly there was unexpected resource. Instead he played here, bishop d6, and now g takes on h7.
King h8.
I guess king takes on h7. We still don't have the final moves. f4, queen h5, king g1, and that's officially a mate.
Nice one. Wow, that's king f1 and queen d1. Queen e1?
You choose. I think this is a
Queen
slightly
h1 is better, yeah.
All right. So that's a victory for the young talent
Wow,
from
that
Poland.
was I would choose this one as a game of a day. It was very nice, especially in the end. It was fantastic technique.
I think that the Lamparty's game is a very serious contender.
Which one?
This rook takes an a3, h6 stuff in the Sicilian, where black played d6, d5. I'm not sure, but the conversion of this, again, the starting position of this tricky endgame here, right here, and black just outplayed white. It was very impressive.
Very impressive, yeah. Well, we have so many games here, so many good games. We also had that, if you remember, this h6 and queen e5 checkmate ideas. There was another game,
that's
actually.
That's the game I'm telling you. Yeah.
And that's actually a good sign for us, for the commentators and the chess spectators. If we have a difficulties to choose the best game, it means that these games here are amazing. All right, we have all the top boards done. It's now time to take a look once again at the results and double check everything in the open and girls category. And actually, we will just call it a day because tomorrow we're gonna have round 6, which is also a very important round.
That's right. Not sure if we can show it yet. All right. Maybe then, yeah, I don't think it's ready yet. So I think that we are simply called a day here. So it was a very, very fun day. Round 5 is over and we are essentially reaching the middle of the tournament. The very first sole leaders are emerging. Open section, it's Jan Klimkovsky. Open 18. By the way, how did it finish the game of Aron Pasti? It was a draw in the end, yeah? That's the game we did not follow. Yeah, that's a draw. So there's a shared lead, and there's the results. We are about to see them to summarize what happened today.
All right, go ahead. Maybe you read this one.
All right, so the top 2 boards of the girls under 18 category finished in a draw. Well-fought draws. Although I have to say, Keti, Alakvardiyeva's best victory on the second board versus the only woman grandmaster in the field, Rochelle Wu, that was a bit surprising, but then again, understanding the difference between these queen d4, queen d3 maneuvers in the time scramble was probably too difficult. Then the crazy time scramble game between Alexandra Shvedova and Leila Shakradova. First it was Shvedova who was absolutely winning, then she blundered, she played a flawed combination allowing her opponent be victorious. Then once again the tables were turned, Leila missed her winning chance in time scramble and ultimately it was Shvedova who prevailed. Second board, girls under 16, Chukia Wang won against Ayalam Kaldarova. Girls under 14, Zarina Nurgalieva split the point versus Iris Mu. And also the second board, Elna Skalakmet was victorious over Alessia Natali.
Right, it's now time to take a look at the open section after round, in the round 5, we had a lot of decisive results on the top boards, but we also had 2 draws on the top 2 boards in the open section under 18. Here we have the leaders sharing the points, and so far we don't have anyone with 100% score. However, if we go to the under 16 category, we have here Jan Klimkovsky winning very important game against Robert Filipposian, and then we have Diego Matias Pino also winning on the second board. These 2 are the closest to the each other, and then we are having under 14 open category where Vietnamese players made a draw, and then on the second board Sava Veto Hin won the game and he took over the sole leader Trangia Pak. So that was the games of round 5. You guys, we are inviting you to come back tomorrow at 3 p.m. Central European Time, and this is going to be one of the last rounds before the break for the players, and then the second part of a tournament will start. It has been a long day for us. We have to say goodbye and see you tomorrow.
Thank you for watching us and come back tomorrow at 3 p.m. Central European Time. Bye-bye.